Hey guys, welcome here to the stream for January the 4th. It is, do I have to say it's a new year again? I've said like, hey, it's the new year, guys, like 4 times now. The new year's here. We're late coming in with this video, this year-end recap of 2023. So yeah, welcome here on this Wednesday, January the 4th. We might not even get around to playing any video games today. The plan is we're going to do the year-end recap of 2023. I'm going to run down my favorite games of the year. And then we're going to do something that's actually a bit different than what we did the year before. I actually went through my big mega spreadsheet of all the games I've streamed, and I made a list of just about all the games we streamed last year. Not like every single game, not every last viewer's choice game, but all the major titles, all the ones that I like picked to be featured to do playthroughs on the stream, all the games that I played on the stream last year. Got them all in a list, and we're gonna make a tier list. We're gonna do a tiered ranking of all the games I played last year, and I'm gonna have to get all that done in like 4 hours before I've got to go to game night. So yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, welcome here, Deep Fry, Vazzle, Windsweet, how you doing? I did see that video on the Discord. I'm actually aware of the YouTuber Adam Millard or whatever his name is. I'm subscribed to his channel. I don't watch his stuff that often. I find him to be kind of like a mid-tier content creator, but I try to follow as many of those like kind of video game commentator, essayist type people on YouTube who are at least of decent quality, because I'm really interested in that kind of stuff, video game discussion, people's ideas on games. They're also good sources for game recommendations. I get to find out about a lot of new games by following people like that, and I like videos like that. I liked that video that you posted in the Discord, Deep Fry, that where he did kind of like I'm doing here, year-end wrap-up, except he deliberately picked obscure games, stuff that you might not have heard of, and I like that idea. I like the idea of like, oh, hey, let's do a year-end top 10 of like games that aren't Baldur's Gate 3 and Armored Core and all the stuff that everybody's played. A lot of the games that he suggested or that he recommended, I've heard of already. Actually, a lot of those games are already on my wish list. But I like the idea. I liked the idea of that video. I was, and yeah, Vasil, I'm glad you deleted your comment about it. No offense. No offense. I was thinking about how to respond, and it's like what, because I don't want to discourage people from posting interesting little videos like that. Like, we promote the promotion of like obscure little indie games and cool and unique games on the Jasu Discord. So yeah, I get your complaint about it. Like, it's the title, right? Like, didn't even watch the video because of the clickbait title. The way he titled it was like 10 games you must play or something like that, which is always kind of annoying. I share your dislike for that kind of shitty clickbait title. I can kind of forgive it a bit more in this case because like, it's not strictly self-promotion. Like, it's not just clickbait. He's actually like pushing these titles like, hey, these are obscure titles that deserve to be played, deserve to be well known, you should play them. So like, promotion in favor of like other people's work, like aggressive promotion, not self-promotion, but promotion of obscure cool little games. I'm kind of slightly more okay with that, even though I kind of agree that the video title sucks. So anyways, that's all about that video that got posted on the Discord. And yeah, feel free to self-promote. Everyone feel free to self-promote promote on the Discord, by the way. I'd be interested if any of you guys did video essays or streams and stuff. Maybe don't post every time, if you're a streamer. Maybe don't post every time you go live or anything. But yeah, if you like, just if you guys ever decide to start streaming, start doing video stuff on YouTube or whatever, yeah, I'd totally be interested in hearing about that on the Discord. So yeah, that's it. That's oh yeah, by the way, I meant to comment about the Arctic Blast thing. Legal Freedom, the thing Legal Freedom said about the Arctic Blast was a Shining Force 3 meme. Noon's line, now bear my Arctic Blast. That's a famous line, famous meme from Shining Force 3, so that's that's what that was all about. So anyways, it's all good. It's all good. Anyways, now for a list of 10 games that you guys absolutely must play. If you guys don't play these games, then get the fuck out of here. That's gonna be the title of this stream when I put it up on YouTube. So yeah, this is my personal list for top 10 games of 2023. So the way I do this list, I don't necessarily play a lot of new games each year. I probably haven't even played 10 games that were released in 2023. So the way I do this is it's just top 10 games that were new to me this year. Top 10 games that I discovered, that I played for the first time in 2023. Because as far as I'm concerned, like, video games don't exist until I've played them. So like, all the games on this list, as far as I'm concerned, just sprung into existence at various points throughout this the last year, 2023, when I played them. There are some titles on this list that I think, yeah, there's at least a few that came out this year. But yeah, we got a lot of oldies on here. Mix of newies, mix of oldies. And yeah, I'm going to rank order them. I picked out my top 10 favorite games from last year. And I actually don't know if I have a great format for presenting this, but we're kind of going to wing it. And we'll put on the good old VG Jazz playlist while we're discussing all of this. Last year's year-end presentation went on for like 5 hours because I had like so many different lists, like best waifus, best music, most disappointing games, hardest final bosses. Like, I had a bunch of stuff, and it ended up going on for 5 hours. I don't want to do that again this year. In fact, I have to leave in like 4 hours. So yeah, we're going to try to keep it, slightly more brief this year. So yeah, here it is. We're running down the best games of 2023, according to me. Some of these are actually recent games. Actually, I had my list made up like about a month ago. I started thinking about this, and I drew up my list. Maybe you guys recognized that little tune playing in the background there. So I just basically got some YouTube long play footage queued up here to give you guys like a visual aid to show you what all these games are like if you don't remember them or if you didn't see me play them, because I'm really bad at describing what video games are like, and just like painting a picture of these top 10 games of mine. So we're gonna queue up a YouTube playlist full of a bunch of long play footage of my top picks for the year. And I'm going to kick it off with Pedal Crash here. Yeah, Pedal Crash is my number 10 game of 2023. Actually, let's do it like this. Number 10, so everyone knows the title. Pedal Crash. So yeah, this is probably my favorite puzzle game that I've played in many, many years. I've gotten like so addicted to this. I've been having so much fun with it. I haven't gotten into a puzzle game like this since the days of Tetris Attack when I was a kid, or Magical Drop 3 in college. Like, it's on that level for me, among the best puzzle games of all time. It's so simple, but so fast and fun. You've got you just select a tile and you flick it in one direction, either up, down, left, right. If it hits another tile of the same color, they disappear and explode, and anything next to them gets sent sliding in whatever direction. And then you can set up combos that way. You can see the game being played right here. It's one of the things I like so much about this game. First of all, the aesthetics. It's got a great kind of Game Boy Color retro aesthetic, along with an amazing soundtrack. Again, some of like the best like Game Boy style music I've heard in many, many years. And it's, apart from that, it's extremely fully featured. Like, apart from just how fundamentally just fun and addictive this game is, it's also like really deep, I think. Like, it's a game I've been working at for a while to try to get good at, and I still feel like I'm nowhere near close to where I'd like to be. And there's so many different game modes to test your skill at. There's like different types of skills you can work at in this game. You can go for like rapid clears in like the garbage clearing mode. You can go for chaining and chain mode. There's like a turn-based mode where you try to make the biggest chain or get the highest score on the fewest number of moves. There's a very robust puzzle mode with hundreds of puzzles where you've got to just clear all the blocks in a limited number of moves that are very challenging and very creative. Also, this game has maybe the best two-player versus mode. That's what we're seeing here is the one-on-one mode. And it's got probably the best one of these I've seen in just about any two-player puzzle games. I think a lot of these kinds of two-player puzzle games, like the versus modes, kind of degenerate at the higher levels, where it's kind of like Puyo Puyo is kind of just who can set off the big screen-clearing chain first, and that's all it is. It's just a race to get the big chain and one-hit KO your opponent. Tetris Attack just kind of goes on forever at high levels of play. Maybe this game degenerates at high levels of play, I don't know. But it's really cool and multifaceted and kind of strategic, the way that the two-player mode works, where it's there's two ways to win. You can fill up your opponent's field with garbage, set up chains to send garbage their way and fill up their field and just immediately KO them. But there's also a tug of war going on at the bottom of the screen as well. Every time you clear a block, the marker goes like a little bit further onto your side, and if you get it all the way on your side, you knock off one of your opponent's hit points. So you can like try to knock out your opponent by chaining them and giving them garbage, or you can try to win the tug of war by just clearing blocks as rapidly as possible. So yeah, it's just a really great game in so many ways. There we go. So yeah, that's my number 10 pick, Pedal Crash. A late addition to the list, actually. I discovered this one like a few months back, and I've been playing it consistently since then, but I didn't realize that I wanted it on my top 10 until just recently, actually, when I showed it off on stream. That kicked off another bout of replaying this game. I set a bunch of new records, too. I've been getting better at it, so yeah, kind of riding high on the Pedal Crash right now. So yeah, that's my number 10 pick, Pedal Crash. Now, for my number 9, we got Age of Wonders 4. This is probably my most anticipated game of 2023. Age of Wonders is my most favorite like 4X strategy series of all time. I love the original Age of Wonders. Age of Wonders 3 is probably just straight up one of my favorite games of all time. Like top 5, top 3, something like that. So I was super hyped for this one. And it's kind of tricky. In a sense, this game could also go on my biggest disappointments list of 2023, because like it's not... I don't like it as much as Age of Wonders 3. I don't like it as much as Planetfall. But I still had like 150 hours of great times with this game. They took the series in a kind of interesting direction. Like the Age of Wonders has got that combination of like 4X empire building and like, you know, managing the big strategic map with your different cities and stuff, and then also the tactical combat. And it's always been the tactical combat that's been kind of the heart of the series for me. That's my favorite thing to do in these games. And I love just like the huge array of different units, just like the creativity with all the different kinds of like awesome fantasy monsters and all their different traits. It's just like an impossibly vast. Hey there, troops. Yep, got to. Have you done any kind of like top 10 for the year? You might be pleased or displeased with a couple of the titles we got coming up next. Anyways, I had some really great times with Age of Wonders 4. It kind of... What was disappointing about it is, first of all, they kind of streamlined the tactical combat in this version of the game. They improved the empire building. Like the top layer map, the strategic map, is the best it's ever been in the series, I think. I really like the way they've handled the new like random map generation. The new tome system is really cool, where you can kind of like customize your own fantasy race and give them a unique array of whatever traits you pick for them. You get to select like all these different kinds of magic tomes and match them together to try to create your own personalized strategy out of that. So I really like all that stuff. City management and all that is really streamlined. So like the top layer stuff is all just like aces. But the tactical combat is a bit too streamlined for my liking. Like they simplified it a fair bit, and I find the tactical battles just a little bit less interesting. Like I kind of got bored of them after a while, and that's what kind of got me to playing stop playing this game. And also the other thing is that it's once I got kind of better at it, I realized that there's really only one path to victory in this game, and it's the research victory, the magic victory. Like everything else just takes too long. You can win the game, no matter the size of the map, you can win the game in like 70 to 80 turns by pushing a research victory. And if you don't go for that, like one of your AI opponents will, so you're kind of shoehorned into that research victory. Now, that said, all of these impressions are based on like the release version of the game that I played back in the first few months after it came out. The tricky thing with 4X games is that they're constantly in development even after they come out with expansions and patches and stuff. And there have actually been several big rebalance patches to this game where they seem to have fixed the dominance of research-based strategies. They've rebalanced a lot of the factions and units. They've added more content to the game through expansions and stuff. I think that's kind of the way these games go. Like every new Civilization game, it's like, oh, the new one's not as good as the old one, but it becomes better once they get all the patches and DLC added to that. So I think this game has a lot of potential to be one of my favorites once it's actually finished. But like in its release state, it's just my number 9 of 2023. It's only number 9 on the list based on the version that I played. But I am really hyped up to play some more of this. I'll probably dig into this one again once they finish releasing all the expansion content and such, which I think is like actually in the middle of next year. This might be my most anticipated game of 2024 as well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Will I add this to the list again? Does this game with all the DLC added count as a new game for 2024? This game has the potential to be my number 1 of 2024. But for now, it's number 9 in 2023. At number 8, we've got Ys 9, Monstrum Nox. Really impressive game. I've just kind of gotten introduced to the Ys series this year. We started off kind of from both ends. We're working at the Ys series from both ends. I played Ys 1 and 2, Book 1 and 2 for the Turbo CD. I played Ys 3 on the Turbo CD, and then I've played 9 and a little bit of 4. Yep, you found out. You found out where Ys is. There's nothing else of interest to you on here. Well, maybe there will be. I'm doing my big mega tier list of all the games of the year that I played this year. After this, there might be some stuff on there that you might be interested in. So yeah, you can. So I got to see firsthand how the Ys series has kind of come a long way from its early entries. But I feel like what's interesting is it kind of still keeps what the series is at heart, I think, which is like a really straightforward action RPG game that's really easy to play. And like the minimum standard of what gamers will accept as easy to play has kind of risen over the years, but like it's a really like fun kind of button mashy, straightforward hack and slash action RPG. It's got kind of a timing-based deflection system where you, you do your guard at the right time, and that gives you a few seconds of invincibility. Then you have a dodge roll where you can do the same thing, time it right, get a little bit of invincibility, but that's also tied into your offense system, where it like increases your attack power and attack speed during that invincibility period too. So like at the high levels of play, you're kind of trying to stack both of those bonuses by getting very well-timed dodges against enemy attacks. Apart from that, what really made the combat in this game work for me is all the different characters and like the just diverse array of moves they had. I especially liked a couple characters. I liked the cat girl and her like just like monkish like kung fu punches and kicks that can just like batter the enemy around. And I liked the magic guy with the lasers. He played really different from everyone else. Also, I liked Doll. Doll with her like skating, her like ice skating run animation. But the thing that actually really elevated to this game for me was the story actually, which kind of surprised me because I found the story quite boring for like the first half of the game, but it really picks up towards the end game. Like it kind of sets up this mystery of the Balduke prison and like what secret dark experiments are going on in there. And there's like kind of a political situation between a few different factions. It's essentially the city of Balduke is kind of occupied by these Romans. I think they're literally called the Romans, and there's like some fallout from the old war that put them in charge that the characters in this game kind of have to deal with, and it goes to some really interesting places from there. Like it's the character development that makes it. Like the game has really likable characters who have some fun interactions throughout the whole game. That's kind of what carried the game for me through like the first kind of slow half of the story. But it's like at the end, like there's some like really big character moments, some like huge character development, like secrets are revealed, and it like really completely changes your outlook on what's been happening so far, and like what you think of these characters and what they've been going through up to this point in the game. And it's the ending that kind of saved it for me. I honestly don't know that this would have made my top 10 without that ending. I have a few issues with the combat where it's like the basic game feel didn't quite work for me as well as I wanted it to. Like the timing of the dodges felt a little bit off. There's kind of a lack of any sense of impact when you attack the enemies. Like they don't really react to your hits at all. So there's some like wonkiness with the combat. I thought I didn't really like the tower defense missions. I feel like the game's at its best during boss fights and like kind of medium-sized encounters inside dungeons. The dungeons were the highlight of the game for me. I didn't like the tower defense stuff. And again, the story was really slow for the first half. I honestly wasn't even sure I was going to finish this game by the time we got like 25 hours into it. But yeah, the ending really redeems the whole experience. It's the story that kind of put this game on the map for me for my year-end top 10. And yeah, I highly recommend it. I'm also interested to play Ys 8 now, because I know a lot of Ys fans, not Choops necessarily, but a lot of other people say that Ys 8, Lacrimosa of Dana, is even better. We kind of started up a little bit of that one, but I'm really curious about that one. Also, I really like the music in this one, actually. Ys 9, Monstrum Nox, one of the best soundtracks of the year as well. Ditto for Pedal Crash. And so yeah, that was my number 8, Ys 9, Monstrum Nox. That's like confused me in my mind there for a second when I said that. My number 8 is Ys 9. Okay, next up on the list, we got Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars at number 7. This one was actually a little higher up, but got bumped down by a couple things that came late in the year. I'm just going to write that up top there so everyone knows what we're talking about. Sea of Stars. Number Sea of Stars. Yeah, that's Sea of Stars at the Sea of Stars position on the list here. Are we at... Ys 9 is 8. So yeah, this is number 7. Sea of Stars. A very much kind of retro throwback style RPG. A lot of Chrono Trigger influence in this game. A lot of like Mario RPG influence, I thought, too. And this is the style of that kind of retro indie game where it's not just a copycat, it's not just a throwback, it actually like has some ambitions to it, and kind of surpasses those old games in a lot of ways. This game has, I think, just about the best combat system I think I've seen in any JRPG. It's got probably the best graphics, like the best character and sprite animation, and like the most interesting world design out of any JRPG. It's got so much going for it. But yeah, love the battle system and like the whole like the lock system is what they call it, where you got these icons above the enemies corresponding to different elements and different attack types, and then if you hit them with those elements, that'll break the lock, and if you break all the locks, then you cancel their action. It's got a bit of like Grandia-esque attack canceling in its combat system. But so it gets kind of boring sometimes in the easy fights where it's just like, oh, you just break all the locks on all the enemies and they don't get to do anything. But it gets interesting real fast where it's like the enemy's got like a bunch of locks. They're doing all kinds of crazy attacks on you and you don't have the time to break everything. Then it becomes super strategic where you've got to like prioritize like, okay, which attacks am I going to let through? How am I going to manage my resources? So that I have the right amount of MP to have access to the elements I need. It's like careful MP management, careful threat management, and then you can also, I love this too, you can rotate in party members from the bench in the middle of combat, like without spending a turn. You can just use whatever characters you want. So like juggling your HP to keep the tempo up. It's like, oh, this guy's low on health. I could heal him, but I don't want to lose the turn because I need to break this lock. I'll swap in another party member to cover the weakened one. So it's like a really amazing combat system. Fantastic boss fights too. Like some of the most like just creative, interesting boss encounters I think I've seen in just about any RPG. Very reminiscent of Chrono Trigger, actually. Again, like lots of cool gimmick boss fights. So why is it only number 7 on the list? The story and characters in this game are kind of lame. The story, there's some great moments in the story. I want to give it its due. Like it tries to keep you engaged. It tries to carry you along. There are a lot of like really cool, really hype moments in the story, but without spoiling too much, I feel like it didn't amount to much in the end. It's kind of the opposite of East 9, where it's like the ending really let this game down. There's like no sense of like any good closure or finality to the game, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the game's got kind of this multiverse setting to it, where it's like this isn't a huge spoiler, but like partway through the game you find out that your world is just one of many and you're just pawns in this cosmic duel between these two characters, the Fleshmancer and the Alchemist. And yeah, the ending just kind of feels really hollow. It's like one of the worst endings, one of the least fulfilling endings I think I've ever seen in a game. Also, I feel like the characters just weren't all that interesting. Like, there's some cool designs. Like, I love the design of Biz. I love the design of the ninja girl. But, like, they don't really do anything interesting in the story. Like, what are their motivations and desires? What are their personalities? In the end, there's not much to these characters other than just looking cool and having great combat animations, which I think is enough to carry a JRPG, to be honest. But yeah, it was really the combat system, and especially the dungeon design. This game has brilliant dungeon design as well. Again, some of the best in JRPG history. So you pair that together, like some of the best gameplay, best dungeons, best combat system in JRPG history, with like a kind of like middle of the road story, middle of the road kind of story. And part of it too is like this game has a tie-in. It's technically set in the same setting as the Messenger, so there's lots of stuff in this game that ties the story into the Messenger. But as a result, like, I played the Messenger, but I don't remember much about it. It was a few years ago that I played that one. If you don't remember the story tie-ins to the Messenger, there's a lot of plot threads in this game that just end up completely unresolved. Like, there's these 4 cultists in bird masks, and they're like a big part of the story until they're suddenly not. You like have a fight with them, and then they just fuck off into a portal into the multiverse. And it's like, what happened with those guys? Where's our closure with the bird mask cultists? They go on to become a boss in the Messenger, but I didn't remember that. And that happens a lot in this game, where like some big villain just fucks off to become a boss in the Messenger. It's like, okay, if you don't remember the story of the Messenger, that just means you kind of have a lot of unresolved dangling plot threads in this game. So that was kind of disappointing too. It's a real shame, because this game did have the potential to be like one of the greatest RPGs of all time. But I think it goes to show how much a good story is kind of necessary to elevate a story-driven genre like the RPG into like the upper tiers. Like, you need a good story, I think, to carry a game like this. I've talked about like my list of top 10 JRPGs of all time. This probably makes it in there. Like, it's not, this might be like within my top 5, but like, I don't like this better than Chrono Trigger. I don't like this better than Final Fantasy 6 or 7 or any of the greats of the genre. If it had a good story, it'd be a contender for number one, but it's just, yeah, it just doesn't have that. So that's my number 7, Sea of Stars. Next up, this was a late addition to the list. We got the Ninja Warriors once again, or as it is known in English, the Ninja Saviors: Return of the Warriors. We played this like a week ago. We played this game like 2 weeks ago, and I've been playing a bunch of it off stream as well, and it's fantastic. Kind of a, what do I call this? Let's just call it the Ninja Warriors once again, because that's the more fun title. I like the Japanese title better. This is just fun. This is like kind of like how Streets of Rage was like one of my favorite games of whatever year that came out, just because it was tons of fun and has tons of depth and replayability. This is like a beat 'em up that's in that upper tier of like, yeah, as good as Streets of Rage for me. It's a simpler game. Like, it's just a 2D, just a single 2D plane. But with tons of enemies coming at you from all sides, and a really robust moveset for all your different characters. Every character has like a whole bunch of different moves. You see that in a lot of these like 2D beat 'em up type games, like that are just confined to a single plane and don't have that up and down movement. Like Guardian Heroes was like that too, where you got like, you're kind of stuck to, in that game, 3 planes, but like they use the up button on the D-pad to unlock like a whole bunch of potential as far as like cool special moves. And man, the characters in this game are so awesome. It's like more fun to play the characters in this game than just about any beat 'em up. They're so different from each other, have such different play styles, and have such a cool set of different moves. And the game gets really challenging, so like, you kind of need to master each character. You need to learn to make the most of each character to really succeed at this game. You can just do the credit feed thing, like you can just go through and beat the game with infinite continues. And even that might take you a while, because like when you continue in this game, you don't just respawn on the spot. You go back to the start of the stage. So you have to master each stage when you're playing through the game. That's actually another thing I like about it. But if you're going for the 1cc, if you want to make the high scoreboard online, you got to beat the game in 1 credit, and that becomes a really interesting challenge. Now, this isn't strictly a new game, because like this is a remake of the Ninja Warriors again on Super Nintendo, which I have played and was already a very good game. Maybe not like one of my favorite beat 'em ups of all time, but it was a really, really good game. This new remake here throws in like widescreen support, so there's like a bigger play field, which I think helps the game a lot, because you can fit a lot more enemies on screen and have a lot more like room to maneuver around. It adds 2 new characters who are both incredibly fun to play and are like totally different, somewhat more advanced than the rest of the cast, like tougher to learn, but really, really satisfying to master. This is Yaksha that we're seeing here. Raiden's the other one, and he's like this enormous mech that's as tall as the screen. He's bigger than any boss in the game. It's actually insane playing as Raiden. The game is just like so much fun. So the remake with like the new characters, the somewhat rebalanced combat with the bigger play field, and all of that, honestly, like, is enough differences to me that it's like a new game. It's like the original game, very, very fun. One of the better games on the Super Nintendo, I think. This one's like just straight up one of my favorite beat 'em ups of all time, I think. Like, this is probably second only to Streets of Rage 4 for me. I've been having so much fun on this one. I don't have the 1cc yet, but I'm still working on it. Oh yeah, one other thing they did too. This is actually maybe the biggest thing that helps add to the depth of this game. They added like a whole new special move system. So you got that battery gauge at the bottom that slowly charges up. And in the original game, you could just pop that to basically launch a screen-clearing bomb, and that was the only thing you could do with that. The new game actually adds new special moves to every character. They have like 2 or 3 different new special moves that consume just a little bit of meter. They're really cool and fun special moves too. And I think that adds a lot, actually. That like expands the characters' movesets quite dramatically and makes them even more fun to play. But yeah, great boss design too. Great enemy variety. It's just such a good game. So, I had such a blast playing that. I'm still not done with it. Still working for that 1cc off stream. And yeah, I'll probably keep playing this one for years to come. Did I ever 1cc Streets of 4 on max difficulty? I mean, not the new max difficulty. I actually don't remember. Because, like, in the new DLC, they added. It used to be Maniac, or Mania was the highest difficulty, and now they've added Mania Plus. I've definitely never beaten Mania Plus. Mania Plus is stupid. They, like, double the net. Like, Mania, I think I beat Mania. I'm not sure. I might have. If not, I definitely came close a lot of times. I'm pretty sure I made it to the final stage multiple times in arcade mode in Streets of Rage 4 Mania. I don't know if I ever actually beat it. The final level is really, really hard. And that's just on Mania. Mania Plus is like double the enemies moving at double the speed. It's really stupid. It's fun to play for a little bit. Like, I can beat like the first 3 stages on Mania Plus. But yeah, never gone all the way, not even close. So yeah, that was the Ninja Warriors once again. Next on the list, we got another JRPG. Another remake, actually. This is Star Ocean: The Second Story at number 5. You guys probably knew this one would be on here somewhere. And again, it's another example of a remake where it's like, okay, I already know Star Ocean. Star Ocean: The Second Story R. Like, I already played Star Ocean on PS1 back in the day. It's already one of my favorite PS1 RPGs. And yet the remake adds so much to it. I was really skeptical of this one. I didn't like the new 2.5D graphics with the excessive bloom, overly like well-defined kind of realistic 3D graphics. Just didn't work for me in the trailers. And I was just really skeptical of this one. And like the things they changed with the battle system too, where it's like, oh, there's a new combo system, new guard break system. And it's like, man, what are you doing? The original Star Ocean was like such a fun, simple button mashy system. It was like the most simple combat you can imagine. Just like press circle to slash enemy and just do that till you win. Later on you get killer moves. You mash the shoulder buttons to do that. I was so skeptical, but it all actually works really, really well. The new battle system is actually awesome. It adds just... It seems like it adds a lot, but it's not actually that much. It just adds that little bit of extra depth that makes the combat a lot more interesting. And the thing is, you don't even have to engage with it. Like, you can use the new dodge to try to like backstab enemies to gain your MP back. Like, you can engage with that dodge system. You can engage with the guard crush and counter system. But you don't have to. Like, with the right builds, you can just play it like this, like straight up old-fashioned button mashy Star Ocean 2. Like, it kind of works both ways. It's just if you want to have that bit of added depth, like there's some cool new game systems for you to engage with too. Apart from that, the quality of life they added to this game is insane. The thing that made Star Ocean really cool, I think, back in the day, like one of the things that made it stand out from other PS1 RPGs wasn't just the awesome action battle system, but it was also the skill system and the crafting system. There's like so much stuff you can do with the different skills and crafting abilities in this game. There's like so much depth, it becomes kind of obtuse sometimes. Like, there's so many things you can do with the crafting system, and yet you probably won't figure out how to do most of it without a guide unless you're like really experimenting a lot. This is a game that really sings, I think, if you're the kind of person who really likes experimenting a lot. Like, if you're gonna like dig into the crafting system and just keep hitting that craft button over and over and see what kinds of items it'll spit out for you. You can break the game apart in so many fun ways. And the remake has all of that, but it actually has like some quality of life and UI improvements, so you can actually see what you're getting in the crafting system. You can actually like strategize and like plan out what you're going to work towards. You're not just grabbing skills blindly, hoping that you unlock some new ability. Like, you can actually see what you're getting in crafting. You can see what you're working towards with the skill system. And apart from that, they added some new skills. Like, added a bunch of new combat skills that are really fun to mess around with. They added a new character. Or actually, this is, I guess the new character is from the PSP remake, but I never played that one very far. So Welch was new to me, and she sucks, to be honest, but I really like the story scenes with her. Also, the other big thing with the original game was the private action system. Because the game's really non-linear. There's like all these different side events, all these different characters, but there's like 12 or 14 different characters in the game, but you only get 8 of them. So you kind of have to like pick and choose which characters am I going to get on this run. Except in the original game, it's hard to pick and choose the characters you want without a guide, because some of the recruitment requirements are really obtuse, and some of the side quests are like almost impossible to find without a guide. Again, the remake streamlines all of that. You can actually find private actions. You can actually find where to recruit your characters without having to consult a guide. So it's like the new one's just easy to play. It reveals depths to the game that I didn't know were there. I didn't even know that that there were this many side events in this game. It's only playing this new remake that I realized that, like, wow, all of this stuff was in Star Ocean all these years, and I never knew, because all this shit was impossible to find in the original game. So it's the kind of remake that actually shows how good the original game was through the like improved quality of life updates, and adds to it as well. Like, I love all the new changes they made, the new super bosses, like the big monsters on the field, the additions to the combat system. It was quite a time. Again, one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. Star Ocean was already like one of the all-time greats for me, but I think this remake elevates it like even just a little bit higher. The story is a bit less interesting than I remembered. It's better than Sea of Stars. Yeah, the characters in the story are better than Sea of Stars. It's still like kind of at that like kind of mid-level. It's not by no means like a transcendent story that's one of the best in the genre, but oh yeah, the dungeons were more interesting than I remembered in this game too. So this is another one of those JRPGs that's kind of carried by the gameplay, kind of carried by the dungeons and the combat system, but the story's pretty good too. If Sea of Stars had a pretty good story, I might have put it at like number 4 above this game. So yeah, that's Star Ocean, the second story R. I kind of still want to go back and play this one again, actually. We did Rena's story on the on-stream playthrough. I kind of want to do another run, like a breaking run, where I just like do all the most busted things I can with crafting and just blitz through Claude's story in like 20 hours. But who knows, maybe that'll be for 2024. Next up on the list, we're getting into the upper echelons here, the top 5. And number 4, only number 5? I know, right? This is such a good year for video games, because yeah, at number 4, we got Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. There. Core VI, Fires of Rubicon. This was also one of my most anticipated games of 2023. I was really, really hyped up for this one. Also a little bit skeptical, like a little bit nervous, like, oh, they're going to make it into a Dark Souls-like game, or like the combat's going to be too fast and modernized. I was really worried when I saw they have like basically the Estus system from Dark Souls. It's like repair kits. How does that make any sense? I press up on the D-pad and my mech is instantly healed. I still think that's a dumb system, but it doesn't ruin at all what is otherwise a fantastic mech combat game. The controls are very modernized. Like, the game is feels very smooth to play. It's really easy to pilot your mech, especially with like the targeting system and such. It almost feels like Virtual On, which is, you know, the pinnacle of mech combat, so ain't nothing wrong with that. But what really makes the game for me is like the combat is like, since the combat's so easy to control, like it's so simple to just go where you want to go with your mech, it actually becomes really like strategic. Like, it's all about timing. Like, when are you gonna boost in for the kick or the melee hit, or what loadout of it's. And the other thing is the strategy is all based on your loadout. That's the thing you really have to learn about this game. Is it's as much about piloting your mech as it is about building your mech. Like, you got to have a good build and a good strategy on how to use that build. It's over and over this happened in this game, where like I'd experiment with new equipment and new builds and be like, oh, this sucks, I can't beat this boss with this gear loadout. But a lot of the time I just needed to learn how to use my new gear effectively, and a lot of that is down to the new stagger system, which again I was really skeptical of. It's like, oh, they added Sekiro posture system to a mech game. How does that make any sense? I don't know how it makes sense exactly, but it makes the game really strategic. Like, you can play for posture breaks, or you can play to just deplete your opponent's hit points. Like, it kind of works both ways depending on your build. Apart from that, it's all about cooldown management and spacing. Like, since the controls are so fluid and simple, it's all about getting the right timings on your cooldowns and the right spacing for your weapon loadout, and also playing around your enemy's weapon loadout and like figuring out where you need to be to dodge their stuff. The other thing that really surprised me about this game, because like all of that I kind of expected. Like, Armored Core has always been about, like, I had some experience with the series. I really like Armored Core 3. I really liked Armored Core 4 Answer. And, like, knowing the series, I a little bit, I kind of expected, like, tons of depth of building and customizing your mech. I kind of expected we'd have wildly different playstyles, depending on your build. Like, all of that is just the bread and butter of the Armored Core series. So I kind of expected that, and I got that, and that's why this game is so high up here on the list. What I didn't expect was a really fantastic story with some like really great and memorable characters. I kind of fell in love with a lot of the characters in this game, like Walter and what's her name, the coral lady who lives in your head, Carla, friggin' Carla. Like, honestly, some of the best characters out of any game that we played in 2023, coupled with a really interesting story around this three-way struggle, four-way really, between like these two corporations and the local Rubicon Liberation Front and the PCA all over this mysterious coral resource that's like part like kind of unobtainium, like just fuel for mechs. Like, oh, we're gonna make super weapons out of coral, but it's also like an alien life form with its own consciousness, and there's actually like some cool sci-fi twists centered around that as well. The game's also got a really interesting New Game Plus system where you loop through the game multiple times, but each time you do, some of the missions are like a little bit different. The game will throw some big surprises, some big twists and turns at you if you play the game a second and third time. And the third playthrough especially has a completely different ending with a completely twist that turns the entire story on its head and sets things up really, really nicely for a sequel, which I hope we get to see. I hope we get to see a story sequel to this game that shows like what's the next step for Rubicon after all the crazy shit that happens at the end of the C ending in this game. And that really surprised me. Like, this game is really good, really fun to play, but I think the gameplay alone doesn't put this like near the top of the list for me. What really like makes this like one of the best experiences of 2023 for me is that story and those characters. And it's amazing too, like the storytelling here. It's like you don't actually see the characters. Like, it's Armored Core is traditionally very depersonalized. Like, it's all told through voice acting and like emails and radio communication. Like, that's kind of one of the series signature features is like you never see a human being in the flesh in any of these games. So you'd think that wouldn't be a good rule to have, a good thing for them to do in a game that with a very heavily character focused story. But the voice actors really sell it here. This game has some of the best vocal performances I think in any video game. If there was like a video game award for best voice acting, this game should have won it. Hey there, Padoka. You're here just in time for the top 3. Yeah, this is it, the big ones. So if that's number 4, God, what must we have on the top 3? Well, these are some heavy hitters. I don't think you guys will be too surprised when you see what games I picked for my top 3. Might be surprised at this one. We got Death Stranding. We got Death Stranding at number 3. Which is weird, because like if any of you guys examine my spreadsheet, you might notice that I actually gave this game 4 stars. I only gave this game 4 stars after I finished it. Which was like, there was a lot of things. I got stuck on a couple boss fights. I was kind of frustrated by the way the game focused so much on combat in the later missions. But man, when I revisit this game in my head, like this game, so it's like, it's a bit of a controversial one. Like, this is famously like, oh, it's a walking simulator. Hideo Kojima made a walking simulator with a really bizarre and confusing, pretentious story. And yeah, that's pretty much what this is. A confusing walking simulator with clunky controls and a pretentious, confusing story. And yeah, that's one of my favorite games of 2023. Next up, we got so the thing is, I actually really love the controls. I should have known this when I saw the stuff people said about like the controls of this game and how bad they are. I should have known from reading the complaints that I would love the gameplay in this game, because I'm a huge fan of clunky controls, or games that are typically criticized as having clunky controls. Because the thing is, the controls are in service of like the particular experience the game is trying to deliver to you. Like, this is a game about transporting goods from one location to another, and like the logistics of how you do that. We're in like a post-apocalyptic future where like all roadways, all civilian structures have broken down, and you have to like build new infrastructure to get from place to place. Like this bridge we're seeing right here in the video, like a player had to build that so that you can use it. And that ends up being what the game is kind of about. Like simple obstacles, like the terrain is your main villain in this game, at least outside of the story. Like, how do I get over this cliff? How do I cross this river? Like, those are the kinds of questions this game throws at you, and it's like kind of like, a game has never really made me think about this before. How do I get across this river? And like, you can take a risk. You can try to just wade across, but then you're kind of wrestling with the clunky balance system. Or you can go out, get some materials, and build a bridge. You can try to go around, but then maybe you'll have to detour through some mules here and get in some fights, which you'll have to think about because of, again, the kind of weird aiming system and how hard it is to manage your guns and aiming in this game. So it all comes together for like a really... It's so unique. It's like so unlike... Like, it's in some ways it's so similar to every other game. Like, it's an open world game with shooting and package delivery. That's like every open world game. But like, it really isn't. It's so different. It's like an open world game where, like, a lot of stuff that other games take for granted, like just getting from place to place and like walking around and shooting, and inventory management. There's a whole system of like weight distribution and inventory management where it's like, yeah, you got to stack the packs, your cargo up on your back, and that shifts your balance and affects the way that your character controls. And like, man, the stuff they did with like the weight balancing system in this game is so cool. Like, you can feel in the controls like the way that your weight distribution is like affecting your movement. Like, there's so much subtlety to be grasped in like just the simple act of walking with your character. And like, that really carries the game for me. I found it, like, a lot of people find that frustrating. And it's like, oh, I got to learn this whole system to just walk from one place to another. But to me, that was really cool. Like, it's so, and like, your shoes can wear out. You got to make sure that like, oh, I've got to, like, you got to plan for the journey. It's like, oh, my shoes are starting to wear out. I got to pack a extra pair of shoes. Like, you're preparing for all these contingencies along the way. It's like, what if we find a cliff? I'll take a ladder. What if we have to climb down a cliff? Take a rope. And you're like piling on and on all these different things you think you might need till you got packages on your back stacked up like 2 meters high. Then it's like, well, okay, this is gonna weigh me down significantly. This journey is gonna be a big pain in the ass because I've got all these contingency supplies stacked up on my back. What do I really need? And then you got to like pare things down. It's like, it throws these interesting logistical decisions at you. And if you're like a big, I don't know, autismo, I guess, like me, I think you have to have a little bit of that mindset to like really like planning, like packing for a journey. It's like, what am I going to need on this trip? And what am I going to leave behind? That's like the central question of this game. The escalation is so cool too. Like, it starts out just like, oh, I'm walking from point A to point B. Then it's like, oh, I can build bridges now. That lets me get to more places. Oh, I can carry firearms. That lets me go through like raider territory. I can build roads and drive trucks now. Like the game keeps piling bigger and bigger obstacles in front of you, but then you get access to more and more technology. And that's just the gameplay. That's just the gameplay. And the story integrates with all of that really well. Like you're in this post-apocalyptic setting here, trying to rebuild infrastructure across America, like to connect people back up. Like everyone's all stranded and in these little isolated compounds far from each other. And so like trade becomes important. Like how do you get like food supplies from one place to another when there's no roads and no like transport infrastructure? So you can like build those. You can like build roads and bridges and try to streamline the journey. So you can make package runs back and forth to build up thumbs. There's like a weird social media like credit score system too that ties in with the game's story and themes. The thing that maybe part of the reason I only gave this game 4 stars, I think, when I first finished it, is just the story really confused me. I had a difficult time following like what was happening with the beach and chiral particles and the weird terrorist leader guy and Sam's sister. It's like, I don't know. I literally don't even think I know what happens at the end of this game's story, but I'm really enticed to try it again. It deals with a lot of interesting themes regarding like, I don't know, the way that like technology binds us all together in this modern age and what happens when you take all that away. And like, is it even necessarily a good thing that that we're all like so tightly bound together by these, I guess, bonds of technology and globalization and stuff? I don't know. It's a complicated, interesting story that's like kind of flew over my head the first time through, but it like left some interesting ideas in my head that make me want to go back to it. Like I want to go back and play this again to not just to understand the story better and like kind of get a sense of what the game is really about, but also I feel like the game itself just has a lot of replayability. Like there's online features where you can use structures that other players have built in the world, and I did a lot of that my first time through the game, like walking across bridges that other people have built and stuff. I think it would be an interesting challenge to play this in offline mode, where like the only structures I get to use are the ones that I built for myself. Then you can do like a lot more kind of like route planning and building and stuff that I think could make things slower, but also, I don't know, more interesting and more satisfying. Anyways, I knew I wouldn't be able to talk very well about this game because it's so just strange. I guess it's the uniqueness. Like it's like there's nothing like this. There's nothing like this out there in the gaming space right now. It looks like a lot of other games superficially, but it really isn't. It's so different from everything out there and has like so many big ideas, and it's like so feels like it's all over the place and yet kind of has a coherent central core at the same time. Like there's something at the center of all of this, binding all these ideas and gameplay concepts together. I feel like I just don't quite have a grasp on what it is. It's a game that left me up with a lot to think about. Hence why like it kind of rose in my estimation in hindsight, whereas like I wasn't like, oh my god, greatest game ever, number 3 of the year. After I finished it, like in the immediate aftermath, I was like, okay, not quite as good as Kojima's other games, but like I've really grown fond of this one. The more I look back on it in hindsight. So yeah, that's number 3, Death Stranding. Next up, number 2 is Xenoblade Chronicles. This was the year of the JRPG. This was the year of the JRPG for us. I played so many JRPGs this year. I don't know why. I guess I was just in the mood. I keep telling myself that I don't like these games and that they're like too simplistic and they're made for teenagers and 8-year-olds. And I still keep coming back to these because like there's just something about it. Again, I kind of like story-driven games. For me, like a game kind of needs a good story, I think, or at least it helps a lot. A good story is one of the things that can like really make a game shoot to the top of my list, make me really look back on it fondly. And this game has that. This game might be my new favorite JRPG of all time. Like it's got such a, and like it's funny because like it's not it's a deep story on some level, but on some another level it isn't. Like it's almost kind of a straightforward shonen action thing. A lot of drama, a lot of melodrama, but also a lot of great character interactions. That's the thing at the heart of this story. I think is like some really really great character moments between the main cast, and not only that, but like great villains too. The way this game builds up its villains to these just spectacular epic boss battles. Like I don't think I've had villains that I wanted to like beat up more than in this game. There's like some really really great dramatic story moments, really great twists and turns along the way. It pays off with like a really satisfying ending as well. And it's all carried by like a really great combat system, like very streamlined, but like just strategic enough, and very, very fast. And also the other thing I gotta say, with a game like this, the scope is just like very, very impressive. Just like this game doesn't even really have dungeons like traditional RPGs. Like it does. You go through like, you know, your standard caves and enemy bases and stuff, but like most of the game is running through these big open fields, like exploring this world that feels like world sized. This game has like some of the biggest, grandest, most open, just like endless fields I think I've seen in an RPG. Like and it's kind of amazing that they did all of this on the Wii hardware. I think I played the original Wii version just because I like the way it looks a little bit better, especially with the character models. But and it's all held together with like some great aesthetics, some great looking locations. This game has, in a sense, this game is almost a walking simulator too. But it's a walking simulator that gives you like some beautiful scenery to look at. This is like a beautiful scenery, like admiration game in some sense. That also has a good combat system and a fantastic story and great characters. It's the what do they call it? The bond scenes, like the character bonding moments. I forget the name of that system. Affinity, the character affinity system, works great. I feel like I'm getting like tired out. I should have done the best games first, so that I wouldn't like mentally exhaust myself talking for this long. But what else can we say about Xenoblade? I feel like I'm failing to justify my love of this game. I'll say some negative things about it. So like the game feels like impossibly huge with like such great vistas and scenery and stuff. Like you want to find excuses to explore this game and like run through every nook and cranny of its world to just spend more time here. It's like the kind of game world that you just want to live in. And they try to help that even further with the town system, where like every town has a whole bunch of different NPCs who you can do quests for to try to build like reputation in each settlement. And I love that idea of like kind of helping the townsfolk out to build up your reputation in the town. It like helps you, give you like a sense of connection to the world and the people living in it. But I feel like that was missing from Sea of Stars. That's in a strong contrast to Sea of Stars, where like I don't think I really cared at all about that world or the people in it. Like I had almost no connection to the different locales and characters we met along the way in Sea of Stars. In this game, I felt a really strong connection to like the different towns you visit. Like there's such great cultural diversity in this game. Like every town has like a completely unique look, a completely different like types of people that you meet in each town, whether it's like the village of the village, what's their names? The Pon people, the thing that Ricky is. The Nopon? I think it's Nopon. They're like giant tree village Nopon, that's it. To the like the bird elves that are Melia's people. They have like this totally futuristic technological city. To like the kind of human settlements that are cobbled together out of like scrap and mechon parts and stuff. Like every place feels different and has different types of people in it, and I think that's great. A great idea, at least. Unfortunately, the side quest system that you use to actually build up reputation in these different locations is absolute garbage. This game makes it like as impossible. This game makes it as inconvenient as possible to do quests for NPCs. Like so many things, you need like a specific drop from a specific enemy that only appears in a certain area at a certain time of day, and they're not going to tell you any of those things. They're not going to tell you which enemy or which area or which time of day. It's like this feels like the kind of game where it's impossible to do side quests without a guide. Apparently, the remake helps a lot of that with some like UI quality of life improvements. So I'm keen to go back to this one. I really want to go back and replay this one. I will be doing the remake. I don't know if we'll do it anytime soon. Probably not this year. Yeah. Hey there, Toya. Yeah, so I wanted to engage with that whole system because I liked the world so much. I wanted to get that connection, to build that connection with the towns. Like this game, just the original Wii version, just throws up so many obstacles. Every time I tried to do it, I tried so hard to engage with that system because I liked the idea so much. But the game just frustrated my every attempt to try to engage with this system. But thankfully, the rest of the game is so good. The rest of the game is so good. Love the combat. Love the visuals, the grand vistas and locations. Characters and their different interactions are probably the best part of this game. I really want to play the sequel. I'm really want to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 now. I'll probably try to make time to do that one sometime this year. So yeah. Xenoblade Chronicles, probably my new favorite JRPG of all time. But not quite. I really struggled with this one, because like I almost want to go back and revise. I don't know. We'll see. I have so many good feelings towards this next game. I had such positive feelings, such good energy playing this game the whole time we played it, that I can't not put this at number one. This game gave me like such joy, such elation to play it. I can't not put it at number one. And that's gonna be... YouTube's taking a long time to load this one. Video unavailable? My favorite game of 2023, video unavailable. The fuck? Did this get like just taken down in the last day? Okay, there we go. YouTube's just being stupid. My favorite game of the year. Thanks for the dramatic pause there, YouTube. The dramatic build-up. My number one is Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds. Yeah, my number one game of the year. Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. Like, I threw so many caveats at this one because it almost feels wrong to put this one so high up. Because again, it's not technically a remake of Link's Awakening, but this game cashes in on, or not Link's Awakening, but Link to the Past. This game cashes in on Link to the Past nostalgia so much. Like, it kind of reminded me of Sonic Mania in a lot of ways. Like, it reminded me of Sonic Mania, where it's like, man, this is so good. I'm like having so much fun playing this, but man, does this game crib so much from like past favorites in the series. Hey there, Swedish pancake chap. The thing is, the thing that makes it for me, it's like, so that's my criticism, is like there's too much stuff from Link to the Past in this game, and it kind of feels like it's just like building on a foundational core of something that exists already, and yet this game builds so much on it. Like, there's so much more. It's like, it starts with that fundamental, like, all the great stuff from Link to the Past, the game world, all the cool dungeons and tools and stuff. Like, it takes that core of all the great stuff you remember from Link to the Past, and then just expands it outwards and remixes it and has its own really cool creative ideas. Number one among them being the whole like 2D entering walls system. The way this game handles the 3D aspect of the game is like really, really amazing. They do some great stuff with 3D space and going into walls to navigate the dungeons. And this game actually has like a lot of refinements, I think, over the original Link to the Past. Like, the dungeons are just so much more interesting and have such cool and challenging puzzles. The way they use the tool system in this game is so cool, where you can like rent tools from the shop, and then as long as you don't die, you get to hold on to them. But like you can kind of get your dungeon tools out of order, which means like the way you approach the dungeons will be different depending on what items you end up getting for yourself. Apart from that, it's just really charming. I love the visual style. Like it's almost impossible to talk about this game without just without reviewing like Link to the Past first. Like it's everything that game had. Like the whole shift to the dark world, the great dungeon design, just like the openness of the world too. Just like exploring Hyrule is so great. There's like so many secrets to find in all the like little nooks and crannies of the overworld. Like you think that it's just the same old boring Hyrule. It's like, oh, and that happened to me a lot playing this game. Like, oh, this is just the same as it was in Link's Awakening. They just reused the overworld again. But like it's different enough. It's like, oh, I thought it was the same old overworld, but now this thing is here. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, this thing is here. I wasn't expecting that. Like this game throws so many unexpected twists at you if you're just expecting Link's Awakening rehash. Which makes me wonder how well this game stands on its... Or I keep saying Link's Awakening. It makes me wonder how well this game holds up if you don't know Link to the Past already. I imagine that it would still be the best Zelda game. I think this is my new favorite Zelda game. Or I don't know. Actually, I forgot about Majora's Mask. This is my favorite traditional style Zelda game. I don't know if I put it above Majora's Mask. We'll see after we finish Majora's Mask. Not a game you finish on one stream. I think it took me 3. I think it took me 3 streams to finish this game. You probably could do it in one if you like knew your way around the game. Like I was, solving this one from scratch when we played it on stream this year. Like it kind of felt wrong to me to put this at number 1, because putting this at number 1 almost feels like I'm putting Link to the Past at number 1, which is one of my favorite games of all time. But like, that's kind of the theme of this year. It's like, oh, it's a remake of an old game, but that like expands and improves on everything in the old game. Like they actually made a new Link to the Past that's better than Link to the Past. Like they actually somehow, like modern science has like engineered a Link to the Past that's even better than Link to the Past. They've engineered a Star Ocean 2 that's better than Star Ocean 2. And I'm down for it. I'm here for this trend. Like, remake all the old games if you're actually going to make them better. Like, I complain about remakes and remasters all the time. It's like, come on, come up with some new ideas, guys. Don't just, like, remake... like, Squaresoft, don't just remake all of your games for, like, the 50th time again. But, like, if you're going to do good remakes, if you're going to do, like, remakes or, like, pseudo-sequels that actually improve on the old ones, then, like, yeah, I'm here for it. Let's see a sequel to Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask 2. And on that note, I guess that's it. It's difficult for me to talk about this one. I said less about this game, it feels like, than all my other ones on this list. But, like, I just reacted to this game on such an emotional level. Like, I don't... That's the thing, is, like, I think so much about Death Stranding and Xenoblade Chronicles, like, off-stream, now that I've finished them. I reflect back on those games and, like, be like, man, there's, like, so much cool stuff going on in those. For me, reflecting back on this one, all I just remember is the feeling of joy that I had while playing it. I was, like, so elated throughout the whole experience. Like, I can't even properly describe what's good about this game, other than, like, it made me really, really, really happy to play it. I think the last game like that gave me that same kind of feeling was Freedom Planet. The original Freedom Planet is probably the last game to give me that feeling of just, like, supreme joy and elation at just playing the game. Yeah, it's like a nostalgia trip. Yeah, exactly. Nostalgia trip, but it's like better than that. It's like, you know how you play a game and you like, it's like, oh, does it hold up? Was it just, did I only like this because I was a kid? And then you play it and you're like, oh yeah, this holds up. It's even like a little bit better than I realized when I was a kid. This is like, oh, it's like this great game that I loved when I was a kid, but like it's totally different and like actually way better and cleans up a lot of stuff that I didn't even realize was a problem with the original game. And it's just like, I didn't even, it's like brings the game to a whole new level that you didn't even know was possible. Like I didn't know it was possible to make a Zelda game that was this much better than Link to the Past, but they did it somehow. So yeah, that's the list. That's my top 10 of 2023. Commodore 64. I didn't even have a Nintendo 64. I would have rather had a Commodore 64 than a Nintendo 64. But no, I didn't have any consoles with numbers in the name as a kid. So that was the top 10. We're going to take a break here. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Oh shit, I had laundry too. I got to get my laundry. We'll take a quick bathroom/laundry break. And then we're gonna do something a little bit different this year. Instead of doing a whole bunch of different like top 5 and top 10 lists, we're just gonna wrap it all up into one. We're just gonna wrap it all up into one. And this is not how this is supposed to look. Okay, let's take this off screen here. Take this down. Oh, you know what? I might have fucked this up. Damn it, I spent so much time arranging this and preparing it. And now it doesn't look right. Can we still save this? Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I can fix this. I can fix this. You guys can't see anything right now. This is weird. OBS is not letting me resize this window. Yeah, OBS is not letting me... Whatever, we're gonna have to do it this way. We're gonna have to do it this way. Yeah, this tier list is resized completely wrongly. Okay, there we go. We'll do it like that. Like that. And yeah, we're gonna do a tier list of every game that I played in 2023. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. Actually, what if we do it like this and like this? I just realized that I resized this wrongly when I was preparing this. Yeah, we played East 3. We totally played East 3. Okay, this will have to do. It's not sized quite as well as I had it before, but yeah, we're gonna do this. We're going to do the mega tier list of every game, new and old, that I played in 2023 right after I get back from the bathroom. Bathroom and laundry break. There we go. There we go. This isn't fair. You didn't even give Game & Watch Gallery 2 a chance. I mean, you can see where it places here. If you want to find out what I thought of East 3 and Game & Watch Gallery 2. Yeah, that'll be placed on the tier list here. So yeah, I'm going to go get my laundry and go to the bathroom and get a drink. And then... Oh, also, I'll be giving awards too. So I said that like I wasn't going to do my top 5s and all the different top 5s and 10s like we did last year. Instead, I'm going to do them as we do this tier list. So like if a game is in my top picks for best soundtracks of the year or best picks for waifus or some other award or something, I'll just mention it as we place it in the tier list here. Like how Nintendo YouTubers, I would fucking ban YouTubers for saying that. How dare you call me a Nintendo YouTuber? You're lucky I'm too lazy to come up with one of those fancy ballista animations. Uh, but yeah, instead I'm gonna take a break and then I'll be right back and we'll do the tier placement of every game I played in 2023. All right, we got through the top 10 in an hour and a half that time. I really should prepare my commentary for this year-end wrap-up better than I do. I feel like we did okay for a bit there. I feel pretty good about my discussion of like the first four, and I kind of think I started to ramble a lot when we got to like once we started to get to like Armored Core. I feel like I lost the plot a bit. I find it difficult to talk about games that I like a lot. I struggle to justify my love for the games that I like a whole lot. Thankfully, we won't have to do that on this list here. I mean, I love a lot of these games. We got some great stuff on here, but we also got a lot of middling stuff. Okay, let's go. Games of 2023 tier list. There we go. All right, let's get down to it. Surprised Sea of Stars wasn't higher up. It was the ending that kind of killed that game for me, to be honest. I was really let down by the ending of Sea of Stars, and like that ending kind of made me reflect back and realize how hollow the story was, and just how flat and uninteresting most of the characters were. Probably the only character in Sea of Stars who has any sort of real arc or depth to them is Garl, and I found him really obnoxious and just annoying. Garl was like my least favorite character, and he's like the only one who got to do anything cool or have any good character moments. Okay, so it took us 90 minutes to get through 10 games, so I'm gonna have to go through these ones a lot faster. For starters, the criteria for games getting on this list. So I don't actually have every single game that I played in 2023 listed here, just because of viewers' choice. That's just like way too many games, and I didn't spend a lot of time with the viewers' choice games. Some of them I did. Some of those are on here, but the kind of the criteria to be included in the games of 2023 list was basically games that I kind of chose to put time into on stream. Basically any game where I feel like I played enough of it to have a solid opinion of it. That includes a few viewers' choice games. Twin Bee's on here. You're just blind. Oh, you know what? It's cut off the side. It's cut off the side because like what I was fumbling with earlier is that I accidentally have the wide version. I've got the wide version of this tier list where I wanted the narrow one. But if I switch to narrow mode, it's going to dump all of my pictures, so I can't switch it back. But yeah, Twin Bee is literally just off the edge to the right. So yeah, these are pretty much all games that I chose to spend time with this year, and that I think I played enough of to have like a solid placement for them on the tier list without feeling like I'm being like unfair to the game or anything. So we can start off really quickly by just putting our top... Oh yeah, also a comment on the tiers here too. These don't align to my scoring system at all. In fact, you guys might see some discrepancies. If you guys follow my game spreadsheet, you might see some discrepancies between like their placement in this tier list and the star ranking that I gave them. The star rankings are generally my feelings... Like the star rankings I give to games on my spreadsheet are based on my feelings about the game at the time and like the immediate aftermath. Like that's when I put the star ranking on there. This is like with the benefit of hindsight. Like how do I feel about these games at the end of 2023? This is kind of a subjective ranking of my feelings on each of these games. We can start off really quickly with the top 10 here. Everything in the top 10, I think, goes to double S rank, and then we'll see where we go from there. Oh yeah, so awards as well. Xenoblade Chronicles, apart from being my number 2 game of the year, also is my number 1 pick for best soundtrack of the year. I think this game had just like the best music by far. Just overall, of like the overall soundtrack, has the best music of any game that we played this year. Also, one of my favorite waifus. I considered cutting the waifu list since it's kind of cringe, to be honest. But I don't know. A lot of you guys seem to enjoy the list from last year. I actually have 2 waifu lists this year, to be honest. We got new waifus and we got classic waifus. Because we played a lot of games with female characters that I really, really like from classic games. Like some of my favorite female characters of all time in any video game are in games that we played this year. So I've got 5 waifus from new games that we played this year and 5 waifus from classic games that I knew about already. Waifu is basically female characters. That's like my cringe. I don't mean it waifus in terms of like internet culture. It's like there's no attractiveness quality. It's basically top female characters. You can think of it that way. If you want a less cringe name, it's best female characters. And Melia makes the best female characters list. I guess attractiveness is a part of it. Honestly, a lot of the time what I've found is that the waifu list corresponds to like the best writing in games list. Like a lot of my favorite female characters come from games with excellent character writing. And so yeah, Melia from Xenogears was one of my top picks for the year. I think she was my number 2 or 3. Yeah, Melia was my number 3 for top waifus from games I played this year. Death Stranding didn't win any awards other than number 3 of the year, which is good enough. Armored Core at my number 4 does have a waifu award, which is impressive, seeing as, again, literally don't know what any of the characters in this game look like. But I thought that Cinder Carla was so charming, and I love the sound of her voice so much that I couldn't not put her on the list. I love Cinder Carla, just like as a character, as a sexy voice in my ear through some of my favorite missions in the game. Yeah, she was like a really, really, really fun character to hang out with. And again, literally don't even know what she looks like. In fact, I forgot about this. I actually have some visual aids here too. I forgot about this. So yeah, here's Melia. This is, yeah, number 3 on the top waifus of the year. There's what Melia looks like from Xenoblade. Ignore Ricky in the corner there. Ricky is not top waifu of the year, although he might be my favorite male character from Xenoblade. Yeah, Melia at number 3, and this is the best picture I could get of Cinder Carla. This is cringe. Yeah, this is my number 4 waifu of 2023. I was thinking of getting just the spider emblem, but yeah, I got the mech in there as well, because this is all you see of her. This is like literally the visual representation of Carla for the whole game. Other than this, she's just a voice over the radio, which makes it kind of amazing that they were able to develop such a great character under those constraints. Star Ocean was my number 5 pick. No awards for this one. Best remake, I guess, if we were to give awards for that. The Ninja Warriors again was my number 6. No awards for that one. If we rated waifus purely on attractiveness, I guess Yaksha would be on there, but nope. Sea of Stars wins a music award. Apart from being on my top games of the year, it also has some of the best music of the year. And to be honest, I think this one's a bit lower on my top 10 soundtracks. I think I have this at like number 9 or something. Yeah, number 8. Mostly just because of how inconsistent it is. There's like 150 tracks in this game. There are like 150 pieces of music, and like 20 of them are great, and a whole lot of them are just filler. But the ones that are great are like really great. What is the voting process? This is a subjective ranking of my feelings towards each of these games. This is a tier list of feelings. It's perfectly objective. From where I'm sitting, it's perfectly objective. From my perspective, it's objective. Yeah, who's gonna come up here? Who's gonna come up here when I name? Well, I can't even remember her name. Name like Sarai as waifu of the year, and someone slaps me and says, "Keep my wife's name, keep my waifu's name out of your fucking mouth." Hey there, Vince. You missed the top 10, but I'm going over it again right here. We're doing a tier list of all of the games I played this year, and we're just going back over my my top 10 for the year. Which actually, I don't know if I will put these all in SS rank. East 9 was my number 8 pick, and it's my number 3 for best soundtracks of the year. Really, really love the music in this game. Also best waifu, number 1 waifu of the year, Aprilis. I love this woman, but I can't fully discuss her without going into spoilers. She doesn't really start to shine as a character until you get to the end game, and then like you realize like the twist at the end of this game, just like recontextualizes everything that came before, and like you realize what Aprilis has been doing this whole time and what she's been through, and it's yeah, she's probably my number one. I think yeah, she was my number one waifu pick for this year. Honest, it's like the ending you get with her too, like the resolution to her story is so sweet and so moving. It's honestly, like I said, the ending of East 9 is what made that game for me. The whole end game. So yeah, great ending. Age of Wonders 4, my number 9 pick. Great game. Could end up being my number 1 of 2024. Pedal Crash wins an award for best soundtrack. I think it's at the bottom of the list. Pedal Crash is my number 9 for music. Fantastic soundtrack. Can't stop listening to it. Love it so much. I think we're going to do a break on this tier list, actually. Because like these aren't all in the same echelon of quality. I feel like there is like a gap right here. I think we'll move... So that's my top 10 again, for anyone who missed it. I think we'll make a break down at Fires of Rubicon. These three are on like a whole new level. These three, I think, go into the pantheon of like some of my absolute favorite games of all time. These games are all fantastic as well. They're just like a little bit, just like one like small step below that. And with that, now we get into games that I didn't cover on the top 10. Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. This was one on my bucket list. And had a great time with it. It had some issues. Like, I don't think I put it in S tier. Actually, to be honest, this was my number 10 pick for the year. Until I decided to move up. Actually, two things that happened to kick Tomb Raider out of the top 10. One was Ninja Warriors, and the other was Pedal Crash. Both of those games kicked Tomb Raider out of the top 10. And you know what? I'm kind of glad that they did. I don't think I like this as much as other Tomb Raider games. I like 1 and 3 a lot more. I'm impressed by the ambition of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. It's amazing some of the things they did with just like the scope of the level design and like the crazy like interconnected puzzles and everything. The atmosphere, some of the lighting effects just look amazing for the PlayStation. But the game is kind of a pain in the ass to play a lot of the time. It's also too ambitious for its own good. We encountered a lot of bugs in this game, one of which actually soft locked the game for us. I had to use a Game Shark to get my save file unstuck at one point in the game, and we encountered a few game-breaking bugs like that. So it's a rough gem. I'm glad we experienced it, but it's lesser Tomb Raider, and it's still amazing. I love the Tomb Raider series, original core design games, some of my favorite games of all time. But this one's like just one step below the others, purely due to how just busted and janky it is. Shining the Holy Ark was another one we did this year. Kind of fun, straightforward dungeon crawl type game with a lot of charm and a really, really cool fairy system. Like you collect these fairies and they'll like do preemptive attacks against monsters for you if you can press the right button in time, which makes you the whole thing that makes this game for me is down to the monster animations, the way they like creep out from behind corners and like backflip in front of you from behind. Like the way the monsters animate to come to attack you just looks awesome. They'll like rise up from the ground, and you have to consider those animations so you know what fairy to use. You have to be ready on the right fairy to get the preemptive strike, which actually affects the whole like dungeon exploration aspect of this game. Like you go through the dungeon wondering like, where are the monsters going to come from? Is he coming up from the ground in that tombstone? Are they coming from around the corner? You're like looking around constantly, going through the dungeon like, where are the monsters at? Where are the monsters at? So like that fairy system actually kind of elevates this game to a whole nother level. I think I put it, I don't know, the game is a bit simple and a little bit easy. I think I put it just a little bit below Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. I had a lot of fun with this one. Really, really liked Shining the Holy Ark. Love the visual style too. Yeah, this is like a simple, fun, relatively easy little dungeon crawler. Although there's a few battles in this game that are epic. They had some fantastic boss fights in this game, but for the most part, it's pretty easy. It's just a little bit too simple. This one's elevated by its presentation. Great music too. Mario and Luigi, Superstar Saga. This one goes in A tier, for sure. I really, really liked this game. Really liked this game a lot. It got a bit frustrating at times and a little bit... I don't know, it's tough for me to rank this one because of the way we played it. We played this one like 2 hours at a time. We played through most of it through Viewer's Choice nominations. So what would happen is I'd play it for like 2 hours at a time every 2 or 3 months, which made it really difficult to follow the story. I got like lost a bunch of times because I couldn't remember what was going on between play sessions. But evaluating the game as a whole, it's got a really fun battle system, really great music, really amusing little story. For some reason, it might be down to the way we played it. I just don't have the same positive feelings towards it that I do Shining the Holy Ark. I feel like on an objective level, I feel like it should go above Shining the Holy Ark. Not above Last Revelation, but above Shining the Holy Ark. But like, again, this is objective based on my feelings. I don't feel as good about Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga as I do Shining the Holy Ark. So we'll put it here, just like a half step below it. What East game is this? This picture is too tiny. Choops, what East cover is this? Oh, that's books 1 and 2. Yeah, that's books 1 and 2. I hope Choops isn't here. I'm gonna put this one in C tier. I really liked the first half of this game. Really, the first half of this game had like a great flow to it. You're just like constantly moving forward, like moving from one story beat to the next, plowing through monsters. You can like just plow through the game without missing a beat, and you're just wrapped in this great aesthetic of just cool visuals and music and vibes all the way through. I had so much fun with the first half of East Books 1 and 2, or East Book 1 specifically. And then it like all goes to shit in the final dungeon. The final dungeon is a massive pain in the ass to get through and kind of made me regret some of the time I spent with that game. And then the same thing happened at East Book 2. East 2 was the same thing. It was like pretty fun for like the first like third of the game. And then the last 2/3 is just the final dungeon, which is a huge convoluted maze that's impossible to navigate and where I got stuck like 5 times. Also shitty final boss, really shitty final boss of East Book 2. But the music and the aesthetics and the vibes are even better in Book 2, so I don't know. In conclusion, East is a land of contrasts. East Books 1 and 2 go in C tier. And East 3 goes just above it. East 3 goes just above Books 1 and 2. I don't know, does it belong in B tier? C tier isn't bad. Like, I like almost all these games. Like, it's the only the games I dislike, or that I don't like all that much, games I'm not positive towards, go in D tier. C tier is still solid, and East 3 is solid. It doesn't have the same highs as East 1 and 2, but it's a very smooth experience. Great aesthetics, some really cool boss fights, too. I actually really liked the gameplay of East 3. It's not terribly ambitious. It's really simple. Like, it's a nice like vibe to kind of flow through for like the 5 or 6 hours it takes you to beat the game, but like there's just not enough to it. Like, it's not meaty enough for me to really put it into like those upper tiers. There's just not enough substance, I feel, to put the early East games into the upper tiers. Great music though. Great music. Oh yeah, if it wasn't clear. Oh yeah, there's one other thing I forgot. Tomb Raider Last Revelation. So I said I made the other list of waifus from classic games. Lara Croft's on that list, obviously. Not at the top of that list. She's like number 5, but yeah, like, it's Lara Croft. She's got to be on any list of greatest female characters of all time. And she actually is really like endearing in the old games. She's got like this kind of... She was like the girl boss from before girl bosses became like became cringe. Like, she was actually a girl boss from a time where like that level of just like aggression and violence and coolness and sassiness was not really all that typical among female characters. She kind of like brought femaleness to the next level in video games, and yeah, that's my hot take on Lara Croft. Also, if it wasn't obvious, yeah, Ys books 1 and 2, Ys 3, high up on the best music list. I think I got Ys book 1 and 2 are actually my number 2 for best music of the year, and Ys 3 is number 4. Do I like Angeluni's? I actually don't like any of the IRL Lara Croft actresses. I don't know what it is exactly. They all miss the appeal of what I like about Lara Croft, the video game character. Next up is Vengeful Guardian Moonrider. This one goes in D tier. This is probably my biggest disappointment of the year. I'm a big fan of the developers of this game. I forget the name of the studio, but they made Odallus: The Dark Call, Blazing Chrome. So I was really hyped up for this one, but it's really straightforward. Like it's really easy, and just really simple. Like it's I don't know. Like I wanted to grasp onto it. Like there's some good stuff here. It's got like again, amazing pixel art, amazing music, just like their past games. But I felt like there was no substance here. Like every other game these guys have made, I've wanted to go back and play it again to like play harder difficulties and get better ranks. And like there was like depth there for me to dive into. There were reasons for me to replay them. But in this one, like there's no hard difficulty. There's no bonuses or extra bosses or anything. There's just nothing. Like I can play through the stages in a different order to get the weapons in a different order. But the equipment system is really restrictive. Like you can only equip two items, and like the items don't even have very big effects, and most of them make the game too easy anyways. I didn't even use items for most of this game. Like I played through this game under almost the hardest conditions possible, and it was still too easy. So like, what's the point? I don't know. Big disappointment for me. Stone Keep. We didn't actually finish this game. This is one of the earlier games that we played this year. This one was originally a viewer's choice game. I have strong feelings about this game in both directions. It got off to such a good start. I love the like the kind of cheesy like B-movie fantasy aesthetic. Gave us one of the great villains of the year too. Actually, if I had a top villains list, which I didn't think to make, but yeah, this would be on it. But I didn't finish it because it really wore out its welcome. Like I liked the giant maze. Like navigating the giant mazes was really fun for a while, but it got really tiresome after like 20 hours, and the game just goes on and on and on after that. It felt really repetitive. I could not bring myself to finish it. So on the one hand, it like gets off to a really good start, but on the other hand, it goes on for way too long and gets really dull after a while. I think this will probably stay at the top of D tier. I'm predicting this is going to stay at the top of D. By the way, I haven't planned out these rankings in advance. We're kind of improvising this here. I actually did quickly sort this list. I did actually make a tier list. I did go through all these games and rank them a couple days ago just to like mentally prepare myself for like what I was going to say about each game a little bit and to see if I could actually do it. But like I didn't plan out what tier I was going to put these all in, and I don't exactly remember. But I saved the screenshot so we can see if I end up ranking them differently this time. Labyrinth of Refrain goes in D tier. That's another game. So to be clear, left is better, right is worst. So it's like you go better to worse, reading in like reading order. It's like good. So it's like Zelda, better than Xenoblade, better than Death Stranding. Yeah, we go left to right. So Stone Keep is the best game in D tier right now, and I do indeed put it above Labyrinth of Refrain. I don't know. So Labyrinth of Refrain was like a dungeon crawl that was even more boring than Stone Keep. Like it got boring really fast, and doesn't even have the aesthetics to go with it. The combat graphics are like just shitty PNGs bumping into each other. The monster designs are fantastic though, and so are the characters' designs, and so is the story. There's a lot of stuff that I really liked about this game, but the gameplay was such a slog that I couldn't bring myself to just pull through it. We didn't even make too much progress. I got like 20 hours into this one. But for what it's worth, it did introduce us to one of my favorite waifus of the year, Madame Dronia. She's this woman's such a bitch, and I really like that about her. I actually I spoiled the story for myself. I've watched videos on YouTube for like the whole story of this game, so like knowing like the whole arc that she goes through and like the way like what happens to her leading into the second half of the game, which I guess I won't spoil in case some of you guys want to experience the game for yourself. Like apart from being just like this really like she really is like the original like witch. She's got like that witchy attitude where she's just like horrible to everyone and like really arrogant and stuck up, but yet she's got a backstory that kind of justifies why she's that way, and like she's like the classic like bitch witch with a heart of gold kind of thing, which is a bit of a cliche, but yeah, I like Dronia a lot. She wasn't enough to carry me through this game. In fact, I think I put this below Moonrider. Moonrider was at least a competent 2D platformer. Like, I at least had like mild amounts of fun with it. I got like no enjoyment out of Labyrinth of Refrain other than watching the cutscenes on YouTube. This is Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia. I think this game is too simple to go into the upper tiers. This is like it's a fishing game. It's a really simple little fishing game with kind of PS1-esque low poly aesthetic. It's got kind of a twist ending where it turns into like a, would I even call it psychological horror? It's got a weird gross ending that kind of flips the whole game on its head. But until then, it's kind of just like a peaceful, simple little fishing game. It's kind of like a micro game. Like there's not a lot of substance to it, but it's yeah, got chill vibes and good aesthetics and kind of creepy twist ending. I think it goes here. You know what? East Book 1 and 2 are good enough. I had enough good times with that I won't put just like a simple 1 hour fishing game above it. Yeah, Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia. Like I still like the games in C tier. So yeah, I am overall positive on East Books 1 and 2, and I'm overall positive on Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia. So yeah, this is Twin Bee Yahoo. I think it goes solidly into B tier. We got our first B tier game here. It's just like a really, really breezy, fun shoot 'em up with great aesthetics. It's actually a great entry level shmup. I think it's like really just simple to get into. It's got like this really bright kind of almost pastel like color scheme to it. Some great music. Not quite among the best soundtracks of the year, but yeah, I really, really liked this game. I actually played it a couple times off stream too. This was actually a viewer's choice game originally. I only streamed it the one time for viewer's choice, but yeah, I liked it enough to go back and try it again a couple times. I don't think it has a ton of depth. That's why it's in B tier. Like, I don't see myself coming back to this one like for years afterwards, like I do with some of my favorite shmups, like Mushihime-sama and stuff. But yeah, it's a solid B tier. And I think Intelligent Cube goes in that same category. I think I put Intelligent Cube a bit higher than Twin Bee Yahoo, I think, just because I have a bit more affection for the genre. Like, really good puzzle games are a bit of a rarity, which is what Intelligent Cube is. It's an abstract puzzle game where you've got to essentially plant mines to clear away these cubes that are rolling towards you. No, I haven't played enough Bravely Default 2 to add it to the list. Actually, did we even stream that game at all this year? I feel like I'm not deep enough into Bravely Default to rank that one. If I ranked it based on my current feelings, based on what we've played so far, I think I'd put it in the bottom of C tier. Maybe one step above Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia. It's a bit generic and easy, and the pacing is a bit slow, and I don't find the story very interesting at all. Which is why we haven't, gone back to that game. Also, Intelligent Cube, my number 10 pick for best soundtrack of the year. It's the music and the aesthetics that kind of elevate this game too. It's got like a weird vibe of like abstract graphics combined with this like little 3D dude with voice acting, like you can hear him scream when he falls off the edge of the board. Combined with the symphonic soundtrack, which is really good. This game's actually got a great symphonic score. It's like it's a weird little package. It's a weird little package of like abstract puzzle cube clearing and like surrealism. Really good little game. Not quite A tier quality, but yeah, this one will probably stay high up in B tier. Although I don't know if I like it as much as Bushido Blade. I think Bushido Blade goes at the top of B tier for now. This is a game that I mostly played off stream. I think I only showed it off on one stream. And again, I feel like there's not enough substance to Bushido Blade. This is a PS1 fighting game, which famously features like kind of quasi-realistic swordplay where you can like kill your opponent in one well-placed strike. And also, like, if you hit him in the arm gets disabled. You hit him in the legs, their legs get disabled, and they start, like, crawling around on the ground. It has a weird story mode, too, where you have to, like... There's, like, a code of honor, a code of Bushido you have to abide by to get the best ending, where it's, like, no backstabbing your opponent. You must allow them to bow and do their full intro. And that's the funny thing, too. Every character in story mode, like, kind of bows and delivers a little intro line, and you can kill them while they're doing that, but you'll build up dishonor and get the bad ending if you do it. So it's kind of a weird, interesting little game. It's got great controls. Yes, Dronia got a, I think she was my number 4 waifu. Yeah, Dronia was number 4 on the new waifu list. Actually, I think we've gone through all the new waifus. Yeah, Aprilis, Melia, Dronia, Carla, and one more who I might discuss later. Oh, really? I thought you were just really, really excited about Dronia. What was I talking about? The thing that makes Bushido Blade is the controls. There's like so many cool sword moves you can do. And I love the pacing of combat. Like most fighting games are too fast for me, but Bushido Blade is like kind of a more slow, thoughtful kind of approach to like fighting game and to sword play and stuff. And I love the way they handled the theme with like the code of honor and stuff. The only reason it doesn't go in A tier is because there's not much substance to it. There's like 2 game modes. The story mode is really short, and training mode is kind of basic as well, or the 100-man melee is kind of basic. If this game had like more substance to it, I might put it higher because I love the fighting system. But yeah, as it is, B tier. I don't know about Sonic Superstars. Like, I want to put it in A tier because like it's a good 2D Sonic game. This game defied all my expectations. This is like the opposite of most disappointing. This is like, I guess, the most pleasant surprise of 2023. I was really surprised at how good this game was. I was expecting it to be shit, but it was actually very good. But I think it's a bit too flawed to go into A tier. The problem with Sonic Superstars, it has really high highs. Like, some of the best levels in this game are just absolutely fantastic. Like, I'm up there with the best of all 2D Sonic games. But, like, most of the game is just kind of there. Just kind of like a middling slog. There's little that's truly bad. I guess some of the boss fights are really bad. But this game kind of runs the gamut of quality from, like, lots of really, really good stuff and, like, mostly kind of mid stuff that's just there and mostly kind of works, to, like, really bad stuff, like the final bosses and the true final boss, the dragon fight that I never even finished. I feel like a Sonic game, as long as you nail the basic controls, I feel like any Sonic game is going to be fun, just based on the strength of the fundamental control scheme of Sonic. I feel the same way about Mega Man X. Mega Man X just has such great controls. Like, if you throw Mega Man X as a character with his controls into any game, no matter how bad the level design is, like you'll still have a fun game just because it's fun to play as Mega Man X with his control scheme. It's the same with Sonic. As long as you have like modestly competent levels that still maintain that fundamental Sonic control scheme, you're going to end up with a solid game, and that's what I think Sonic Superstars is. Solid game with middling to very good level design. A lot of cool ideas too. I like the Emerald powers, and the different characters are handled really well too. Oh, also looks like Restream fucked off. Sonic Above East? Yes. Yes, that's not even a question. Yeah, of course it would be. Sonic Superstars is just a much better game than East 1 and 2. It's more ambitious. Actually, the soundtrack in Sonic Superstars follows that same gamut, where it's like mostly middling to crappy music, but then a few really, really good tracks. Too much of the soundtrack is garbage for me to put it on like the top best soundtracks of the year, but like there's a few tracks in this game are just absolute bangers. Like if we were to go like just the best songs, best video game songs of 2023, Sonic Superstars would have like 3 of my top 10. River City Girls. I wish I liked this game better. It's got great aesthetics. Fantastic soundtrack. This game is one of my top soundtracks of 2023. I think I have this at number 5. Other than that, though, the core gameplay is kind of mid. There's like this game has like fucking fetch quests. It's got an open world that just forces a bunch of boring backtracking. The beat 'em up system is pretty simplistic. This is another game that's kind of carried by its aesthetics. The writing kind of runs the gamut from like kind of charming to kind of obnoxious too. I put it above Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia, but below East. I think that's fair. Bat Boy was a really solid platformer. I think this... It's not brilliant or transcendent or anything. Like, I don't like it as much as other similar games like Shovel Knight. But yeah, it's just like a really solid, really fun, competently made, pixely retro platformer in the vein of Shovel Knight. Lots of Shovel Knight influence, I feel, on this game. Better than Sonic Superstars, a fair bit better than Sonic Superstars, but not quite A tier. I don't think it distinguishes itself enough to make it to A tier. Also, the boss fights were kind of simplistic and mashy. Game & Watch Gallery 2. It's too simple, I think, to go into B tier. This is a great little, like, filler game. This is a great little kind of, like, chill out and enjoy the vibes kind of game. One problem I have is that, like, once you get good enough at the... Yeah, Restream's frozen, but I can still see you guys. I can still see you guys, but Restream is busted at the moment. He's got great aesthetics. I love the music. I love the look. One problem I have is it kind of goes on forever. Like, I tend to just abandon my run. When I've gone back to this game off stream, I tend to just abandon my runs of different games, like the parachute one and the cooking one. Just go on forever. Because, like, once you get kind of decent on them, it takes like 20 minutes to lose a run, and like the games are just too simple to hold my interest for 20 minutes. I think it goes... I mean, I had more fun with it than River City Girls. We'll put it, yeah, between River City Girls and East 1 and 2. It's about getting stars for unlocks. Yeah, but that happens too slowly. You need really, really high scores to get all the stars, and to get really, really high scores, you have to play like these like dead simple mini games with like 2-button controls for like half an hour at a time. It's fun. It's fun. A fun like kind of chill out game. I wish that the difficulty escalated faster. Like the difficulty should escalate to the point that you should lose in 10 minutes. It should be like impossible to continue these games past like the 10-minute mark. But instead, they just go on and on and on and on, and I just get bored of them after a while. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Radical Rescue. I think I only played this game once on stream. This was like a subsection of a viewer's choice for the Turtles Cowabunga collection. And I picked out Radical Rescue as an interesting looking Game Boy game. It's a Metroidvania Turtles Game Boy game where you start with Michelangelo and you have to go around rescuing your other turtles who have different abilities to help you like navigate the Metroidvania maze. Uh, Unfortunately, the maze is like really boring to navigate, and the game ends up being super linear. Like you just have to figure out the linear path that you have to take to get through the game, and the final boss rush is a load of bullshit. The bosses in general are a load of bullshit. This game is just all about just memorizing boss patterns, and got off to a strong start. It's got a great concept, but once I realized that, like, okay, it's just a linear maze where you have to follow the one path that you need to take to get to the end, and the bosses are kind of annoying. Still better than Labyrinth of Refrain. I'll put it at the, near the bottom of D tier. Crisp Cube kind of breaks my heart. This one is a kind of an indie successor to Intelligent Cube. It like borrows the basic gameplay of that game and kind of turns it into a... Whereas Intelligent Cube was like a random puzzle game, like you're trying to clear random configurations of cubes. This one just has fixed puzzles. This is like what if Intelligent Cube had preset boards that you had to solve, and you can like solve them on multiple levels. You can go for like perfect clears and minimal moves in this game. And and also it has more different types of cubes too than Intelligent Cube. So they like added some like additional layers to the gameplay. So like I feel like I wish I liked this better, but the aesthetics are really bad. I hate the way this game looks, and this game wins the award for worst soundtrack of 2023. It's like I feel like I have to ignore all of the aesthetics of this game to get any enjoyment from it. And on top of that, I don't like the preset boards as much as I like the random cube puzzles of Intelligent Cube. I like the way that Intelligent Cube forces you to improvise and like solve puzzles quickly on the fly and like react to stuff. Whereas this one, you can kind of just like replay the boards and memorize them and figure out the solutions, which is fun. Like that's a puzzle game for you. Solve the puzzle. But not as good as Intelligent Cube, and combined with the really bad aesthetics, I think this one, I still liked it. It goes low in C tier, underneath River City Girls. Super Mambo Quest was kind of a like Super Meat Boy-esque Metroidvania game. That's all about... It's kind of like a Metroidvania collectathon with essentially action feels. It almost feels like an old school arcade game where like you're clearing boards. It's like every room in the game is like a board where you gotta get all of the gems and combo all of the enemies within a certain amount of time, and that'll get you coins. And then you like do that with all the different rooms. You're getting Metroidvania powers along the way to let you do special abilities like glide and flame dash and all this cool stuff. It's got a nice progression to it, really fun bosses. I really liked this game. I might even like it enough to put it into A tier, to be honest. But maybe not. Is there anything I really dislike about this game? It's a bit too easy. It's much too easy, actually, for the type of game that it is. Like, it really only starts to get tough in the final world. I had a pretty easy time 100%ing this game. Yeah, this would go into A tier if it was harder. But, fun. Yeah, great controls, though. I actually strongly recommend Super Mambo Quest for anyone who likes Metroidvanias. It's a very different take on the Metroidvania genre. Plays almost more like a classic arcade game, or like something like Super Meat Boy, but adapted into like a Metroidvania collectathon. Really cool combination. Evil Tonight goes into D tier. This was also, I think, one of my most disappointing games of 2023. Also by a company that I really like a lot. These guys made... What are these guys called? Again, I forget the name of the studio. They made... blanket on the names, Strikey Sisters and Bot Vice, and Evil Tonight, which is essentially a top-down version of Resident Evil, but with like a weird kind of cartoony aesthetic to it. I don't know. It's got this weird combination of like cuteness and humor and horror and atmosphere that doesn't quite work for me. Apart from that, like the survival horror mechanics are just, I don't know, don't work well for a top-down game, I don't think. The backtracking in this game was really obnoxious too, where you have to, again, it's like a linear progression path, so there's only one specific place you need to go to progress the game, but you have to like backtrack through the whole mansion and check every door to find the one that has the keyhole you need to get the next item. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't dig Evil Tonight. Double Dragon Gaiden was a big surprise of the year for me. I think this one actually goes into A tier. I was really impressed by the design of this game. Like the character variety, the non-linear level progression path, where it's like depending on the order you do the levels, you'll fight like you'll go through different configurations of the levels. Like basically every level in the game has 3 tiers to it. You only do tier 1 for the first level you choose. You go up to tier 2 for the second level, and then tier 3 for the third and fourth level. And then the boss gets powered up later in the stage order. You take that level as well. Where it's like one guy, the machine gun guy, like you just fight him with his machine gun if you take him as the first stage or 2. But if you take him as stage 3 or 4, he like comes in a big ass like Apache helicopter firing like missiles and miniguns at you, and it becomes like this big epic thing. The Pharaoh guy turns into Anubis and fights you as like this big Egyptian god of death for his boss fight in his superpowered version in stage 4. So like it's got tons of replayability, a great unlock system, fantastic character variety, amazing soundtrack, a lot of bangers on this one. I think I ranked this one just below the River City Girls soundtrack. Yeah, this one's my number 7 for soundtracks of the year. Yeah, I was really impressed with this one. I want to go back to it and play more of it to get more of the unlocks. So yeah, that's Double Dragon Gaiden. Lunastice, I think, goes into A tier as well. Also, one of my favorite soundtracks of the year. I think I put it at like number 3 or 4. Wait, no, East was... Yeah, East takes up all the slots from 2 to 4. Yeah, Lunastice was my number 6, just below River City Girls. Really great 3D platformer. Got kind of a PS1 low poly style to it. Absolutely nails that aesthetic, but feels like a modern game. Like very, very tight, precise controls. Very fast platforming. This game feels like what I wish like a 32-bit Sonic game could have been. It's a great kind of speedrun game. It's like a speedrun collectathon with, like smooth, precise controls and amazing soundtrack and just overall aesthetics and a really good ending too. Multiple characters, a bunch of achievements to go for. Like it's a really simple little game, but with like in a very robust package. I had a great time with Lunastice. I've been playing a bunch of this game the last couple months. What else? Chameleon's just at the bottom. if I had room to make an F tier on this list, Chameleon would go in F tier. I think this is one of the worst games I've played on stream. Like, I didn't pick it for stream. Like, I specifically played it on stream to show off how bad it was. I thought it looked like kind of an interesting puzzle game. It's got some cool mechanics, but the gameplay is just completely degenerate. Like, the game is just a coin flip as to whoever goes first. Like, the first player almost always wins this game. Either that or it's down to the configuration of hexes on the board. This game is like, the winner is determined purely by RNG. Like, it's got some fun to it when you're first learning the game, but you master it pretty quick. Like, you realize that the optimal strategy is to rush to the center, and like, once you realize that, you realize like, oh, I can tell who's gonna win just by looking at the board and seeing who goes first. Yeah, kind of a dumb game. Jumping Flash. Yeah, I got kind of started digging into some early PS1 games towards the end of the year. Jumping Flash I played back in the day, or not back in the day, I didn't play this on PS1, but I played it in an emulator years and years ago, but I don't think I played much of it. This time I actually finished it, and it's solid. I like it. I think it goes into C tier. It's like a little too primitive and a little too janky to go much higher than that, but like it's good, clean fun. I think I actually rank this higher than Ys. Just a little bit higher than Ys. I think the gameplay... I don't know about that, actually. I think I rank it below Ys 3, but above Books 1 and 2. It's a bizarre little game. It's like a first-person shooter with lots of verticality. It's a first-person shooter where you got a double jump and like very vertically oriented level design. and like kind of like weird, kind of surreal, abstract, cartoonish aesthetics. Very, very impressive for the time. Like I love kind of what this game does for the PS1 library. Like it probably would have been amazing to play as like a new owner of a PS1 back in the day. Like it does its job of being a cool kind of novelty PS1 launch title. It's got a fair bit of depth to it too, with like the second loop and everything you can do. But yeah, I don't know. Again, a little bit too simple to go into those upper tiers. Ridge Racer also, same thing. It's PS1 launch title, really simple. It's a racing game with like one track, but it's kind of hard, and I had some fun learning that one track. So definitely not better than Game & Watch Gallery. I did have some fun with this one. I think I'll put it... River City Girls was fun. River City Girls wasn't a bad game. I think I put this above Crisp Cube, though. To be honest, I think I put Mysteries Under Lake Ophelia above Crisp Cube also. Okay, so that's all the new games. This is all of the new games that I played in 2023. These are all the games that were new to me this year. As you can see, kind of like a weird orientation where we've got like lots of stuff in the super high tiers and like not much in these, and then a lot down here. Although again, not to knock all these games. I like all of these games in C tier. Like I would recommend you guys to try out any of these that you think looked vaguely interesting. D tiers I don't exactly recommend. Stonekeep's maybe worth trying out. But yeah, now we're getting into games that I replayed. Games that I knew already that I came back to replay for one reason or another in 2023. First up is Wild Arms. I'm kind of an apologist for this game. It kind of has a reputation of kind of being a mid-tier PS1 RPG with like that was really primitive even for the time, like 2D graphics, really basic combat system that's kind of badly paced. And all of that is true. I think I am going to put it in B tier. But at the same time, it's kind of elevated by having a really great story and I think really good writing. Like, there's actually some really, really good scenes and great kind of touching character moments, like with Cecilia and the Earth Golem, and Rudy's conversation on the bridge with Calamity Jane has like some surprising like depth of feeling to it. It's almost philosophical when you hear about like Jane's outlook on life and I don't know, like the nature of true heroism, like being heroic for the sake of self-aggrandizement versus like heroism for the sake of love of this world and its people. She's like kind of a cynic because she like doesn't have much affection to the world of Phil. I don't know. It's a great conversation. There's lots of great scenes like that in Wild Arms, but it's kind of stuck with like this really middling gameplay. I got really bored and frustrated in a lot of the dungeons in this game. It's got highs and lows. There are some dungeons that are really good, but a lot that are just kind of boring slogs, and the battle system doesn't quite carry the game. I'll put it above Sonic Superstars, but below Batboy. Yeah, the Zelda puzzles and dungeons are good too. The game's got really good collectibles too. I like the magic system, even though most of the magic spells are bullshit that you'll never want to bother with. I like the crest graph system. I like the way that you have to like solve puzzles and like clear out, like do little like side puzzles and side activities to collect like arms for Rudy and like all your character's special abilities. You get like new weapons for Rudy, new fast draws for Jack by like exploring the game and doing side content. This game's loaded with side content. I love the end game of Wild Arms, but the fundamentals are too thin and too dull to really carry the game. For the Frog, the bell tolls. I think this game has actually risen in my estimation. Like if I had ranked this game like last year or 2 years ago after I first played it, I probably would have put this in not C tier, maybe B tier. It kind of falls into that category of games that is like too simple, not really ambitious enough to make it to that upper echelon. But after my latest playthrough, I actually have a really newfound appreciation for its kind of minimalistic approach to storytelling. It's got like this nice fairy tale story to it. That it uses minimal game mechanics from a bunch of different genres. This is like an adventure RPG platformer game with some like puzzle solving too. And it's got like a tiny little bit of each of those. But it does it all in the service of like some really great storytelling. Like every scene, every use of these different genres in this game is to set up like a different story set piece. The translation is fantastic too. One of the best English fan translations I think I've seen. Yeah, in any fan translation project. It's the kind of game that I'd say is like really very much greater than the sum of its parts. So yeah, I think I put it above Mario and Luigi, but below Shining the Holy Ark. I was actually, yeah, really impressed with the design of this one too. It's just like a really incredibly fun, charming fairy tale story with some great writing, great aesthetics and music too. It's like the aesthetics are kind of reminiscent of Link's Awakening. There's the commonly circulated bit urban legend that this game was created the engine that they used to build Link's Awakening, which has since been debunked. This game in its code apparently has no similarities at all to Link's Awakening. But still, great game. So, I have been dreading this one because we played a lot of JRPGs this year, a lot of classic JRPGs, and basically the question is, which of these games is better than Sea of Stars and which ones aren't? I've been dreading this day. I hadn't played Lunar in many years. We played the PlayStation version, which I loved back in the day. I was worried that like the story and the writing wouldn't hold up in adulthood, but it actually does. Like the game's workshop or the working design's humor is kind of cringe, and there is some really annoying writing in this game, especially with some of the NPC dialogue. Like a lot of the jokes don't land, but like the core story is really solid. I love the character writing here. I love the story. It's actually the one thing I'll give working designers credit for. I actually love the way they rebalanced the difficulty of this game. Like the combat encounters are actually interesting. The dungeons become challenges of resource management and judicious use of your MP and items and stuff. I actually really like what working designs did to the gameplay of this one. The gameplay, however, is a bit thin, and the dungeons are just really straightforward mazes with not much going on to them. You can still feel like this is a remake of a Sega CD game from like 1991 or something, and it kind of shows in the design of its dungeons and stuff. It's like really primitive in its gameplay, which I think puts it below Sea of Stars. Even though it has like a much better story, I think the gameplay is thin enough. I might get shit for this, but I actually do think I like Sea of Stars better than Lunar Silver Star Story. But not better than Lunar Eternal Blue. Yeah, it's Eternal Blue. We played the Sega CD version of that one. But yeah, it was just another step up. It's like got even better. It's a much better story, I think, than Lunar the Silver Star, which had a very good story already. Just like the depth of the characters and like their tragic histories and like the journey they take along the way. Just like the way the characters are developed in this game is so good. The core story with the relationship between Hiro and Lucia is so good. Like the ending and the epilogue where he goes after her on the moon and they like start a life together up there. This game's like, man, if you want to like compare and contrast game endings, Lunar Eternal Blue might have like one of the best endings of any RPG ever, contrasted with Sea of Stars, which is one of the worst. And apart from that, I think the gameplay, I liked the challenge of the Sega CD version, actually. Again, great aesthetics too. Yeah, I think, do I put it above Ninja Saviors? I don't think I quite put it above Ninja Saviors, which I really liked. But I definitely put it above Sea of Stars. Yeah, we got Sea of Stars sandwiched by Silver Star and Eternal Blue. Also, I'm going to try to Jog restream. See if we can get restream back now. Oh yeah, so originally the question was, since I played the Sega CD version of Lunar Eternal Blue for the first time, back in the day, I played the PlayStation version, and this time I played the Sega CD version, which kind of begs the question, is the Sega CD version different enough to count as a new game? Originally, I decided that it did, but then that made me kind of raise the question, well, like, do I put it above or below Sea of Stars? I agonized over comparing these two games, which led to my decision to disqualify Eternal Blue from the top 10 new games. But then after that, I decided to do this tier list, so I'm confronted with this question again. Disable the browser source for my chat. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can do that. Since it's not working anyways, we can just do that. If I can find it. My list of sources in OBS is just like a giant list of waifu JPEGs right now. which I will remove after we're done the stream here. There we go. There we go. Good suggestion. Next up, Bonk's Adventure. I'll keep an eye on Restream in the background, but yeah, it's still not working. Still not working. I need to enable what? I thought maybe I misunderstood your suggestion. I thought you meant just like get rid of it since it doesn't show anything. What do you mean enable the browser source? Like the browser source is enabled, yeah? Like the problem is, I mean, okay, I could do it in Twitch. I could set it up with like use Twitch as a browser source, but then that means I don't get YouTube messages, which by the way, I realized I forgot to go into my YouTube dashboard. I don't know. I don't think I understand what you're suggesting. Like Restream doesn't work at all right now. Like Twitch messages are not showing up in Restream chat. It's just down. Oh, also, there we go. Games of 23. Games of 2023 tier list. Okay, Bonk's Adventure. I really love this game. This is like actually kind of a top tier 2D platformer for me. Although it's not as good as Bonk's Revenge. To be honest, Bonk's Adventure doesn't have much replayability to it. Like, it's got its secrets, it's got its bonus stages, but it's not really that hard to find all of that. I feel like this one doesn't have enough depth to be, like, replayable enough to go into A tier. Bonk's Revenge is A tier, but I didn't play that this year. I think Bonk's Adventure goes up to the top of B tier. It's, like, one of the all-time greats, I think, of 2D platformers, but it kind of more, like, set the foundation for Bonk's Revenge, which I think is really the pinnacle of the series. I love the basic gameplay of this game. It's like an old TurboGrafx platformer. You play as this little caveman baby who bonks things with his head. And like the real core of the gameplay, though, isn't just head bonking, but like the jumping head bonk, where you can like flip upside down in the air to do like a dive bonk on enemies. And if you repeatedly flip in the air, you can kind of hover. And there's like actually a lot of depth to that. So like you just hovering to get just the right amount of momentum to control your jumps and stuff. The levels are loaded with secrets. Great game. Just like not quite replayable enough. Also, the final boss is total bullshit. I played this game like 5 times and I still don't know how to beat the final boss without just eating through like 8 lives. So yeah, that one goes into B tier, but I do love Bonk's Revenge. The combo system? I don't even think I know what the combo system is. Jet Set Radio might be another one of the big disappointments. I thought that I liked this game. I remember having a great time with it when I first played it a few years ago, but man, playing it again this year, I could just not get into it. I could not figure this game out. Like, the controls were so frustrating. I could never get the character to do what I wanted to. The level design was really frustrating too, where it's like, you gotta like so many levels have this like vertical design to them where like if you miss a jump or miss a wall grind, you fall down to the bottom, and then you got to climb all the way back up, and then you fall again and climb back up. It's like the levels are really frustrating to navigate. The chase scenes don't work at all. uh it's better than Radical Rescue, but yeah, I man, the aesthetics were not enough to save this game. Jet Set Radio's got one of my favorite game soundtracks of all time. Great look, great vibe, great tunes, but man, I just could not figure out how to play this game. I don't know if I've changed or if I'm misremembering how it was back in the day or what. I still want to go back to it. I'll probably just play Jet Set Radio Future. I hear that Future is better. Ika-chan goes in D tier. This is a tiny little Dojin game from like the early 2000s. This is one of the games that Pixel made before Cave Story. It's got a very recognizable kind of aesthetic to it, catchy music, but like it's a really really basic linear kind of adventure game where he plays this little squid trying to rescue his sea buddies from some impending disaster that's going to wipe out all life in the sea. So you have to go on basically a bunch of little adventure-y fetch quests to deliver items to different NPCs, to load everyone onto a rocket ship to blast off into space. It's a really simple little game. You can beat it in like an hour. There's just not enough to it. It's very cute. I love the vibes, the look of this game, but I liked it better than Jet Set Radio. Yeah, we'll put it between Jet Set and Moon Riders. This is a stand-in for Mega Man, I think 4, 5, and 6. What was it? I don't have it written down anymore. I think there was one day where I couldn't... I think it was my controller broke. My joystick broke on one of my controllers, so I had to switch it up and play a D-pad game. So I thought, hey, let's play some Mega Man. Something like that. There was some reason I had to interrupt our regular scheduled programming. So I played, I think, Mega Man 3, 4, 5, maybe 2 as well. All those games are similar enough that I think I can rank them together. And to be honest, I don't know if Mega Man is A tier for me. I like the games. I have a long history with them. I've been playing these since I was a little kid. But it's like in that Bonk's Adventure tier for me, where it's like the really, really good Mega Man games to me are actually 9 and 10. I thought that Mega Man 9 and especially 10 kind of took the series to a whole new level. Whereas like the old games, they're kind of, I don't know. If thinking of it as a run and gun game, like it's something like a Metal Slug or a Contra is A tier. Like compared to those, Mega Man it's just good, clean fun. Like there's nothing wrong with a B tier game. They're just like good, clean fun, and the series is remarkably consistent. Like almost every Mega Man game fits into that like good, clean, simple fun, like B tier kind of game. I think I do put it above Bonk's Adventure. I think it goes on the top of B tier. On the other hand, Mega Man Rock and Roll, which is a Mega Man fan game, is actually one of those transcendent games that I think takes Mega Man to the next level. This is actually my favorite Mega Man game, and playing it again this year has just confirmed that for me. I love the different play styles of the two characters. Roll's got that double jump. Mega Man's got that charge attack. The level design is phenomenal. The music is on par with like the best soundtracks of the original series. Amazing boss design. Like this game just blows the classic Mega Man games out of the water in just every regard. I actually think, man, really? Really? I think I put it above Tomb Raider. I think I like Mega Man Rock and Roll above Tomb Raider. Yeah, Rock and Roll over original NES Mega Man is actually that big of a jump that it brings Mega Man from the top of B tier all the way up to the top of A tier. It's actually that good. Next up we got Rockman Dash. This is kind of an interesting one because, like I said, the reason why old games that I've played already are not eligible for the yearly top 10 is because then Mega Man Legends would be at the top of the list every year. Mega Man Legends is like one of my favorite games of all time. If I play it every year, usually multiple times, And if I included games I've played already in the year-end top 10, it would just be like the same games every single year, like Mega Man Legends and Sonic 1 at the top of the yearly top 10 every year. And I think I would rank Mega Man Legends above above A Link Between Worlds. It's close. I have similar levels of affection to both these games, but Mega Man Legends beats it out. But we're not ranking Mega Man Legends. We're ranking Rockman Dash, which is the Japanese version of Mega Man Legends, which I thought I'd play just for like a change of pace, just to get a slightly different experience with the game than we're used to. Also to see to hear the Japanese voice acting, which I had never heard before. And it was cool to see all that stuff. Also see some of the other little changes, like very minor changes. Like Mega Man can kick the dog that's harassing Tron at the start of the game. He just like punts it into the street, and that got a big laugh out of me. Mega Man does a weird fist pump animation when he sees Roll changing, and that's kind of gross, but also kind of funny. The problem is, I can't understand the game because it's in Japanese. Like, I don't read Japanese. Like, I kept on trying to do stuff in this game and not being able to do it because I couldn't quite remember, like, the order of operations. Like, I couldn't do the clubhouse side quest because I didn't know the exact order to do things. I didn't know exactly what the kids were asking of me. So I couldn't engage with the side quests, and I didn't really get much out of the story either. Like, so much of the charm of Mega Man Legends for me is like re-experiencing the story, the great voice acting, the characters. It's like hanging out with old friends, is playing through Mega Man Legends. But you don't really get that when you're playing it in a foreign language. So like playing through Rockman Dash, the Japanese version, kind of forced me to contend with just the raw gameplay, unembellished by the story and voice act and characters and everything. But it's like Mega Man Legends gameplay divorced from all the surrounding context of the story and setting and everything. And you know what? It's kind of a mid PS1 action game on that level. I think I put it at the bottom of B tier. Yeah, I think that's where Rockman Dash goes. It's like, even the dungeon exploration, like without... it really is. Like, you need that additional context of, getting to know the people around Catalog's Island, helping solve their problems, and, like, the repeated, always updated NPC dialogue of all the characters around town. Like, you can't get all that. You can't fall in love with, like, the island and its inhabitants and the characters in the story and all that. Or even have, like, any interesting context going into, like, dungeon exploration. Like, clearing out the side dungeons isn't interesting without, like, all the surrounding context. So it's like, you lose so much. You lose so much when you strip out the writing and everything from Mega Man Legends. So yeah, it goes from, like, very top of SS to, like, the bottom of B on pure gameplay terms. And Threads of Fate is kind of the same way. Like, if we were to rank these games purely based on story and writing, like, Threads of Fate is, like up here somewhere. But the gameplay is really jank and busted and simple, which is a bit of a shame, because the core systems are actually great. I love the idea of, like, the monster transformations and the Mint's magic system, where you can, like, combine different elements with different effects to get a whole bunch of different spells. Just like Mega Man Legends, I played this game as kind of like a fill-in for Mega Man Legends. So it's like, instead of playing Mega Man Legends again, play a different game that gives me the same kind of feel. I get that same kind of feel from the world, the setting, the characters of Threads of Fate. This game has some of my favorite characters of all time. By the way, back to the classic waifu list. Oh, right. Back to the classic waifu list. Yeah, obviously. Classic waifus. Like I said, it's my favorite female characters of all time in games that we replayed this year. Yeah, Lara Croft, Tron, and Mint. Mint is just adorable. She's such... she's so evil, but it's like a low-key, like, kind of comic bumbling evil. She's just like selfish and spoiled and wants to take over the world, mostly to spite her sister and the like Imperial Council who passed her over for succession to the throne. But she's so funny. Just like her little like scheming face like right here. And she actually does undergo some character growth too. She has like some good moments throughout the story where she kind of like grows to like care about other people and kind of realize the responsibility of her position as princess and everything. Like she actually like has a really good character arc over the course of the story. Same with Rue. Like Rue and his kind of tragic sort of redemption arc to like bring back his sister and all of that. There's like and like all the side characters as well. This game's just got such a likable cast. It's like such charming scenes, great writing, fantastic character development. So where does that actually go on the list though? Like all that combined with kind of jank gameplay that is honestly sub Mega Man Legends tier. I think it goes above Wild Arms. Like the action gameplay is like kind of serviceable. There's a few really obnoxious points. I think it goes right here. Above Wild Arms, but below Bat Boy. Yeah, I think that's a fair place for Threads of Fate. So that's like through one part of like the replays. Then towards the end of the year, I started my greatest hits replays. The JB Stream Greatest Hits, where I picked a specially selected list of games that are either games that I've never streamed before that are some of my favorites of all time, or games that I played on stream before but really, really love and I'm really, really eager to get back to experience again. Demon's Souls was the first one of those that we played. Demon's Souls goes into double S tier, obviously. One of my favorite games of all time. Shining Force 3, that's a game we discovered on stream like 4 years ago. Fantastic game. Trilogy of games, really. We're ranking the whole trilogy here, even though this is just the box art for the first game. This is going to be tough, actually. It goes above Link Between Worlds, for sure. I don't know if I quite put it above Demon's Souls. It's not quite there. It's got a little bit of jank to it. But yeah, Shining Force 3, like, do I even need to talk about these games? Shining Force 3, maybe a little bit. A lot of people haven't played it. It's the sequel to Shining Force 2. It greatly expands on a lot of the ideas from Shining Force 2. You've got like a cool weapon leveling system where you unlock new special critical skills for your weapons that'll trigger randomly in combat and have fantastic animations. You got a more intricately kind of politically driven story than past Shining Force games. You got what they call the synchronicity system, where the game is divided into a trilogy of 3 games, and you can load your save data from like game 1 into game 2, and like the decisions you made and the things you did in scenario 1 will carry forward into scenario 2, and then carry that into scenario 3, and like it all comes together in the end. Some great epic battles in this game too. The scenario and like map design in these games is fantastic, but not quite on the level as like Demon's Souls level design. Skygunner, I think I put above Demon's Souls, actually. This game actually rose in my estimation. It's kind of like an almost Star Fox-like flight simulator for PS2. I guess more like the all-range levels in Star Fox 64. So really not really like classic Star Fox. It's an arcadey flight sim with kind of really excellent mission and map design, and a fantastic scoring system, and tons and tons of depth and replayability. I had a blast trying to get all the unlocks in this game and like replay each campaign, going for high scores and stuff. All that coupled with like just, again, amazing world design, great visuals and characters, just like, yeah, blue skies, fun times, kind of a French-inspired kind of Victorian-looking setting, steampunk kind of vibes as well. Great English voice acting. Man, Skygunner is one of the all-time greats. I think this one's actually risen in my estimation after the most recent playthrough. Uprising is a tough one to rank as well. This is one of my favorite run and guns of all time. My number one favorite run and gun of all time. Best Contra game. Best 2D run and gun. I think I do put it above Shining Force. I don't know if I put it above Demon's Souls. I've had some difficulty with this one. Not like difficulty enjoying it, but like difficulty just beating the game. We're still working on the 1cc for this one. Also, the lack of character diversity was a bit of a letdown. I remember the characters being more distinct from each other, but it's really only Sayuri and Leviathan who are really different. And Sayuri's overpowered and Leviathan's underpowered. So really, the best experience you're going to get with this game is like one of the two main characters, Crystal or Bahamut, who are pretty much the same as each other. Crystal's a bit faster and Bahamut has one more hit point. But yeah, amazing bosses, amazing level design, fantastic controls and weapon variety. It's everything you'd want. Oh yeah, great music too. One of the great soundtracks of the year. I think this is a good place for it. It's not quite Demon's Souls level. But yeah, amazing game. You can see how all these games I've put on the greatest hit list are just like straight to SS, straight to double S tier. Metal Gear Solid 3 is also way up there. I think this is at the top. We struggled to get into it a bit because I picked extreme difficulty, which is way harder than I remembered. But like once we kind of figured it out, once I kind of remembered how to use the tranquilizer gun and how the enemy AI kind of works and figure out the boss tricks, man, did I have some fun like having to learn some of those boss fights from scratch. We had some frustrating times for a little bit there. Like the pain was a pain, the fury made me furious, but like that was kind of the fun of it also, was figuring out how to beat those bosses again. It was like coming in fresh, and I had such a great time with it. Such a great time and like the story is so good, kind of even more backloaded than I remembered. Also, one of our picks for best waifu of the year, the boss. Is she my number one? No. Oh, that's right. I missed one. I missed my number one earlier. The boss is my number two for classic waifus. Probably one of the best and like best written female characters of all time, to be honest. She's like the kind of ultimate badass soldier. That's what she's like built up as. But she's also got like what she's been through in her past has given her kind of a sort of tragic role and a very philosophical kind of outlook on like her role on the world stage and what's going on with like the divide between the philosophers and the Cold War and everything. Like she has a really interesting speech at the end of the game, her final encounter with Snake. It's actually one that I've been meaning to revisit. It's like the kind of thing where it like throws so much stuff at you. That's like kind of the Kojima style. It like throws so much at you all at once. It's like so densely packed full of like ideas, like big ideas, that it's kind of hard to digest in the moment. I actually kind of want to go back to the screenplay that's included with this version of the game, the HD remaster or whatever, and like just read the boss's speech, because it seemed like she had a lot of really interesting stuff to say. She kind of like ties the theme of the whole game together in that one scene. And apart from that, she just has like a lot of badass scenes throughout the game too. Great vocal performance as well, but I don't know who. I don't really follow voice actors, but yeah. But my number one waifu of the year was Jean from Eternal Blue. I love her character arc where she's got like kind of this dark backstory of being like kidnapped by like death karate cultists as a kid and forced to train in like this evil martial art and becomes the best student of evil karate. But she has like the strength of will to like break out of that and not succumb to their brainwashing, but then runs away from that life, sets aside her fists of destruction for no more destruction anymore, and decides to like put her physical talents to use, like spreading joy throughout the world, becoming a gypsy dancer, and like kind of using her physical prowess in other ways to get as far away from like her dark past and a dark and violent past, but then kind of comes to accept that part of her. It's like, oh, I can dance to bring like joy and happiness to the world, but I can also use my fists of destruction to fight for truth and justice and create a like good, peaceful world for people as well. Like it's wrong to set these skills I have aside wrong and selfish, and like she's got a great character arc. So she like class changes from dancer to karate master, and it's like such a cool character moment. I love the speech she gives during that part of the game. Apart from that, I know I said that the waifu awards were not based on looks, was not just like who's the hottest, but like come on. Come on, she's absolutely gorgeous. Like actually the hottest girl in video game history. I love her visual design, like the outfit, the dancing scene in the PS1 version when you first meet her too. That fan dance, man. I love this girl. She's been my favorite like ever since I played Eternal Blue back in the day. Oh, hey, Vasil. Were you here earlier when I discussed my other favorite waifu of the year? We got one of your favorites on here, too. I just got done talking about the boss, who's actually probably maybe the best written female character of all time. Yeah, boss was my number 2 on the waifu list. Back to the games. We got a couple strays here that I wasn't sure. Well, we'll start with this. Risk of Rain... Oh, actually, you know what? I think we might need to do some reordering here. I don't know. Maybe this is fine. I don't know. I don't think I put Death Stranding on this tier just yet. I don't think Death Stranding is double S. I think I need to replay it again. Okay, let's finish doing the list. We'll leave it there for now. I'll do my last-minute tweaks afterwards. Risk of Rain Returns came out this year. I only streamed it a couple times, but I'm playing a bunch of it off-stream. This one might be double S, to be honest. I love Risk of Rain Returns. It's like one of my favorite, probably my number 1 favorite roguelite of all time. And this new version, like the thing is, the new version isn't quite different enough to qualify it as a new game of 2023. Like, it's still the same gameplay, still mostly the same levels. A lot of new content. A lot of new enemies and stuff. I don't know, I guess if I counted Star Ocean as a new game, maybe Risk of Rain Returns counts as well. I don't know, it just felt like cheating, because like this is already one of my favorite games of all time. And that's the thing, like Star Ocean like really wasn't S tier before the remake, but the remake kind of elevates it now. Risk of Rain Returns was like already probably about here. Either like just above or just below Death Stranding. In fact, now that I've done this, I think this solidifies it. Yeah, Death Stranding and Risk of Rain Returns go into S tier. Also, Age of Wonders 4. Looking at this now, yeah, these two don't go into S tier. Pedal Crash might if I play it a bit more. But Age of Wonders 4 definitely doesn't, and I do like Age of Wonders 4. The thing is, like, what do I do with Age of Wonders 4 if they patch it to make it even better? Like, go up to double S? Maybe I will, but, like, it has too many problems. Too many problems to go into S tier. Honestly, I don't know. I kind of ranked East 9 based on, like, the highs and, like, what a good impression the final scene and the ending left on me. We'll leave it like this. This seems good to me. The ending elevates this game. It's like, why discount the ending? Why discount the ending? It has a strong impact on my overall impression and like how I look back on that game. Age of Wonders 4 has too many problems. Pedal Crash, I feel like I'm too inexperienced to like truly say that it belongs in the upper echelons of like all-time greatest games. Age of Wonders has a chance to get to S tier if they improve it with patches and updates and DLC and stuff. Pedal Crash has the chance to move up if I... To be honest, I actually put it below Rock and Roll as well. Yeah, I think I like Rock and Roll. Age of Wonders 4 is still really good. Age of Wonders 4 is still really, really good. I got like 150 hours of gameplay out of it before I kind of started to encounter the issues with it. Yeah. Okay, one last one that I was kind of hesitant to talk about. This is Demon's Roots. How many of you guys will admit to knowing about Demon's Roots? I've referenced it a little bit on stream before. This game's part of kind of a bad habit of mine, we'll say. So this is an RPG Maker game. This is actually a pornographic RPG Maker game, of which there are many, many on Steam. I've played a few of them. It's like I said, kind of a bad habit of mine. This is the only one that's on the list because this is the only one that's like worth talking about or recommending. Like I said, bad habit. I got every other game that I've played in this genre of like porno RPG Maker games goes into F tier. They're all total garbage, and I regret all the time I spent with them. But Demon's Roots is pretty special. Demon's Roots is like... So there's this idea I have of the RPG Maker game as kind of like the test ground, the like a seedbed of talent, where like it's a chance for... So how to describe this? Like, in theory, it doesn't necessarily take a lot to make a good RPG. Like, I've talked about on some of the other games on this list, like how much an RPG can be carried by good writing, good character writing, and good storytelling, and, like, just passable RPG gameplay. And RPG Maker can give you that passable RPG gameplay. Like, all you gotta do is tweak the numbers correctly, and you've got, like, a Dragon Quest clone. All you gotta do from there is write a good scenario and good characters around it. And what you discover is that almost nobody can do that. Almost nobody has writing talent. Almost nobody can make compelling stories or likable characters or write good scenes. Almost nobody can even balance an RPG properly. Like, all of these RPG Maker games are so amateurish. Even to break out from like the pornographic scene, like the porno RPG Maker scene. I used to actually be part of an RPG Maker community like years and years ago when I was in elementary school. And it was kind of the same thing. You think like, okay, in theory, we've got this tool, RPG Maker. We can make RPGs that are like just as good as all the classics, but really no one can. Really, it takes like a lot of talent to make something worth playing. And Demon's Roots actually proves itself. Demon's Roots like makes excellent use of like just RPG Maker's basic stuff. You can do fancy things with RPG Maker, like custom battle systems, and it's got full programming tools. You can do anything you want with RPG Maker, but most devs tend to just use the basic default stuff. Demon's Roots uses most of the basic default stuff. It is like Dragon Quest battle system. It's got a thing like in Sea of Stars where you can rotate characters in battle without spending turns. But it's very well balanced. There's like some really intense, challenging boss battles, and so like it does that aspect. It's like probably the best balanced RPG Maker game, and also the most strategically interesting, and with the most diverse roster of character abilities. I love the way that the character abilities are kind of a reflection of the characters. Like, this game's not afraid to have imbalance in character power levels that are reflective of like the imbalances in character power levels in the story. Like, the main character, Death Polka, is just the best character in the game, straight up. She's got like the best attacks, best buff spells, best healing, but you only have one of her. So it's like, oh, she's my best attacker, but a lot of the time I need her to heal or buff each round. So like a big part of the strategy of this game is like, what are you going to do with Death Polka this round? And then later on in the game, like, what form do you want her in? All out offense with her like Super Saiyan mode, or like classic supporty healer mode? You've got Diana, who incidentally, another one of my favorite waifus of the year. She's got like kind of a status affliction kind of moveset with some cool firepower. She's like an isekai traveler from Earth. And the way they've like fit that aspect into the story is really interesting. Diana's introduction to the story is like great moment. There's like a big twist early in the story, and like just the way she's introduced is kind of turns like the whole story and what you think you know about the setting on its head. And the game is full of great stuff like that. It's like an insane just like mishmash of ideas from all over the place. This game's like every anime trope in the book, and just like mashes it all together into this insane story of slavery, corruption, redemption, freedom fighting. It's like got so much drama. It reminds me of the of Xenoblade Chronicles, the way this game builds up its villains and these dramatic moments and everything. Like the writing is so good. The characters are so likable. But then you got the porno side of it too, which, in my opinion, is less well integrated into the plot than I would have liked. This is not really a game you play to, as a porno game. It's unfappable, is what I would say. Like, the sex scenes are unsexy. They're mostly kind of like miserable and horrible. Like, bad things happen to a lot of the characters in this game. It kind of reminds me of the Witch Saga games, like Witch and the Hundred Knight and Labyrinth of Refrain, those kinds of games, where like just like god awful horrible things happen to a lot of the characters in that game, but like it's all to set up the big redemptive moment at the end. And I don't know, I don't even want to spoil the ending. Like, does everything end up okay in the end? It like kind of goes back and forth a few times. This game's just like full of insane twists and like things, disparate elements that shouldn't work together but kind of do. I can't fully recommend it though, because like the pornography stuff makes it so miserable. Like, there's some really, really intense feel bad moments in this story. And like, yeah, we're talking like non-consensual sex and lots of it. Like sexual torture and stuff and lots of it. Like it goes that dark. And like in a story with characters who are really likable and have like great camaraderie with each other. It's like I should do like a video on this one on at some point. It's just such an interesting little thing, and like it really shows the potential of like RPG Maker games. I said like, oh, you can make an like a balanced game with interesting Dragon Quest style combat, but nobody can do it. You can do a game with great character writing, but nobody can do it. One guy actually did it. One guy actually made like a good, well-written, good combat, well-balanced RPG Maker game. But it's full of like insane, miserable fetish pornography stuff, so that nobody's gonna want to play it, and I can't even fully recommend it on that basis. Like, strong content warning for this one. Probably for nobody, and it goes at the bottom of C tier just because I don't like Dragon Quest style combat. And the writing is kind of too crazy and out there at times. Like, it doesn't quite cohere, but like for the genre, like for a porno RPG Maker game, it's kind of amazing that this game even deserves a spot on the year-end list at all. Like, I'm kind of building it up to be kind of bigger than it is. It's a C tier. This one's like bottom of C tier. But it kind of makes it. We were talking about this yesterday. It kind of makes me want to get into game development, because like in a sense anyone can do this. Like I said, like the tools are there. RPG Maker is really, really easy to use. Anybody could do that kind of like Dragon Quest combat system, traditional style JRPG. You could very, very easily do that with RPG Maker, but then it all comes down to your writing talents and like how good of a storyteller are you, and can you do anything kind of interesting or clever with the gameplay systems and the dungeons and stuff. This reminds me of like some of the best RPG Makers I played back in the day as part of the RPG Maker community, like Kinetic Cypher and Philo Mortis and A Blurred Line and stuff like that. This is in that kind of upper tier of best RPG Maker games I've played, which is still C tier, bottom of C tier in video games as a whole. But I don't know. I think a lot about this game. This game has kind of made me want to get into game development, and like I had ideas for RPG Maker games that I like scrapped pretty early on. I started developing like 3 or 4 different RPG Maker games back in the day, and playing this really makes me want to get back into it. Like, oh, I could do something like this, couldn't I? So yeah. Chat getting real quiet now, so I think I might have embarrassed myself enough talking about this stupid game. So this is it. This is my tier list of all the games I played in 2023. Oh, and if it wasn't obvious, yeah, we didn't play Demon's Roots on stream. I would probably get banned if I tried to. I guess that's it. Actually, no, it's not. I got a couple other lists. I got a couple other quick lists that we can go through here. Quick little show and tell. So we have some other lists from last year, which is kind of like we've done the retrospective. Now we're going to do the looking ahead into 2024. Actually, first off, looking back at last year's like predictions and stuff that I said that we were going to do, stuff that we were looking forward to in 2023. I had a couple lists that I kind of want to revisit here. At the end of 2022, I made a pile of shame. These were games that I hadn't finished in 2022 that I meant to get back to in 2023, and I actually did a good job going through them. We played just about all these games to completion. It'll Do 2, Curse Crackers, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, Freedom Planet 2. Curse Crackers and Freedom Planet 2 I kind of replayed off stream. I thought we'd done enough of them on stream, but I replayed those off stream and got like a bunch of the secrets and played with the other characters and stuff. It'll Do 2. Did we play that this year? Did I just completely overlook It'll Do 2? Did we finish that in 2023? Fuck. Please tell me we didn't. I think we finished it, but then we finished it in 2022, but I wanted to go back and get all like the post-game content. Yeah, we did It'll Do 2 post-game this year. Yeah, It'll Do 2 was on my list last year, so it doesn't make the list this year. Instead of a pile of shame, I have the list of games that we must return to. I have the must return to. Oh, hey, someone's interested in the RPG Maker stuff, yeah. So, to revisit that really quickly, there is a setting you can flip in Demon's Roots to make it like PG-13. You can disable the sex scenes, and it like rewrites a bunch of the scenes to cut that stuff out. It still touches on that subject matter, like instead of like the first pornographic scene you get in Demon's Roots is a rape scene, and so like instead of I played a bit of the game with like the adult content turned off, and it's like it's mostly the same scene, except instead of the girl getting raped, she gets like almost raped, and like the Imperial soldiers who are assaulting her just like shout a bunch of verbal abuse. Like the scene's like almost unpleasant. Like it still has the same like just dark and dreary subject matter, just like nothing sexually explicit. So like even with the adult content turned off, I don't know if I can fully recommend it. Like it's still kind of got so many feel bad moments and stuff. But if you're like really turned off by like, you know, R-word type stuff in the story, you can technically turn that stuff off if you are vaguely interested in playing Demon's Roots. Anyways, I got a list of games that I need to return to in 2024. There's actually 10 of these games. I won't need to do much discussion of these since they're all games we've played already. I just need to get back to them. So at number 10 on this list, Tony Hawk's Underground. We did this one for Viewer's Choice, and boy, did it just remind me of how much I like Tony Hawk games. I was thinking originally that, we got to do Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 sometime. That's my favorite Tony Hawk game. But this one is so cool and such a great expansion of the format to like kind of this open world type thing where you're doing like different missions around the map, but it still has that same great map design. Also kind of expands the trick system a little bit to make it easier to chain tricks together. I had a great time with Tony Hawk's Underground, so I think if I decide to revisit the Tony Hawk series, we're going to make it this one. We're going to make it Tony Hawk's Underground instead of Tony Hawk 2. Then, number 9 on the must-return list, X-Troopers, or EX Troopers, whatever it's called. This one's a spin-off of the Lost Planet games, which I've never played. But, yeah, really a kind of bright, cheerful, alien shoot-'em-up type game. Supposedly, this one has an engine that was going to be used for Mega Man Legends 3. And I kind of get that same vibe. This is like just like the anime game where it's like lots of it's like shonen anime, like bright, exuberant, plucky protagonist. You can see him in his pink hair and goggles, his ski goggles on the cover here. But like I really liked the translation. Yeah, there was like some fun character moments in just like the early bits of the game that we played. This was another viewer's choice game. Fantastic soundtrack too. If we'd played enough of this one to put it on the tier list, this would have been one of my top soundtracks of the year. So yeah, really, really want to go back to X Troopers. Number 8 on the list is Catherine. Yeah, really cool puzzle game. Kind of like block pushing, pyramid making puzzle game. Really simple and yet really, really fast paced. My kind of puzzle game. It's really like my kind of puzzle game. It really reminds me a lot of Intelligent Cube. It's like, what if Intelligent Cube had that same like weird, surreal abstractness, but also paired with like a real world, like romance love triangle story. It's like an interesting combination. I really, really liked Catherine. Gotta get back to it. And we probably will sometime this year. East 4. East 4 is another one we have to get back to. I hope this one doesn't shit the bed like East 1 and 2 at the end. I think that the East 1 and 2 like style gameplay has so much potential. Like the early bits of East Book 1 and 2 show how much potential those have to be like just like fun, breezy, simple action RPGs where you just kind of let the aesthetics wash over you and experience the story and just plow through the monsters and everything. So I hope this delivers on that. I have certain assurances that it's a lot better than East 1 and 2. So and yeah, so far it's doing well. It has a more interesting start than East 1 and 2 did, actually. And along those lines, gotta get back to East 8. We barely started this game. And like I meant, the thing is we got East 10 coming out, and I'm really interested in East 10 after how much I enjoyed East 9, but I want to play this one first. So like we got to get on this before 10 comes out. So yeah, there's that. What else? Also, a lot of people say that East 8 is better than 9. I know Choops doesn't think that, but a lot of other people do. So, I don't know. We'll see where I end up falling on that debate. Punch-Out was another one we did for a viewer's choice. I had some bad times with this game. I got really frustrated by it, but then we started winning, and then I kind of got hooked on it. It's a different style of game. I don't generally like this type of... the types of challenges this game throws at you, where it's all about like just repetition and drilling the boss fights and the different opponents to like figure out their patterns and like the timings and such. Kind of like Sekiro style bosses, where it's like all about figuring out the timings and like execution and practice. But I would kind of like to learn to enjoy these types of games, and Punch-Out, like you can retry a Punch-Out fight super fast, and if you learn the fight really well, the fights go super fast. Every boss has like a quick kill strategy that you can, if once you figure it out and master the execution, like you can get through the world tours or title bouts or whatever really quickly. And like I'd like to learn to enjoy games like this more. And like we were kind of on a roll on Punch-Out. I would like we beat Bald Bull. I didn't think I would ever beat Bald Bull, but we beat Bald Bull. And it's like, oh shit, we should keep going. We should do the rest of it. So yeah, I kind of like to do this one as like an exercise and how to learn to enjoy that style of gameplay. So that was at number 4 on the must playlist. That was number 5. Number 4 is Ni no Kuni 2. This is another one that has the potential to be one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. Love the action gameplay, adore the setting and aesthetics. It's got really fun character writing as well. This one's gotten off to a really, really strong start. I just need to find a way to schedule it into like the mainstream schedule. Hopefully sometime in 2024. That's my plan, is to do this like sometime this year. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, really surprised how much I liked this one, actually. Like, I skipped Ni no Kuni 1 because it didn't look that interesting, and I thought this one also didn't look that interesting, but it ended up being a grand old time so far. We're also still really early in the game. Apparently there's like kingdom building stuff too that you dive into later in the game. So yeah, I'm curious to get play a bit further to get all that stuff. Pikmin! I kind of deliberately avoided this game. I was originally planning to play that one like sometime this month, actually. Like, instead of like Threads of Fate or some of the other shorter games we've been playing. Like, I only need like a session or two, maybe 2 or 3, probably 2 sessions to finish this game. I've really been liking it so far. The main reason I chose to not play this one is because I'd already made my top 10 list for the year. And like, if I ended up really liking this one, if this one keeps on going strong like it has been, it would disrupt my whole top 10 list that I had planned out already. So I deliberately didn't play this one so that we can save this one for next year's top 10 if it holds up and the ending, like the last half of the game, is as good as the first. It's insane that I've gone so many years without ever playing this one. This was another one that originated in Viewer's Choice that I had a really great time with. So that's number 3. Number 2, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. This, again, if it keeps on going strong like it has been, this one would have had the potential to be one of our top games of the year. Like, probably in the top 5, probably higher than Sea of Stars, if it holds as strong as it has been so far. We only played the first few hours, I think. But yeah, this one has a lot of potential. Love the soundtrack. Again, probably number 1, number 2 soundtrack of the year, if we had actually considered this one for the lists and everything. I don't like the aesthetic, the look, like the visuals and the character design aren't quite as good as Jet Set Radio, which is obviously the game that this one is essentially a spiritual successor to. But it's good enough, you know? It's like 80% of the way there, and that's kind of good enough. And it does have the soundtrack, and it does have like way better gameplay than Jet Set Radio. This game like fulfills the promise of Jet Set Radio. Like, Jet Set Radio, it's like, oh, it's so cool. You can grind off walls and like jump around and go everywhere and like rail grind and do all these cool tricks, but you actually can't do any of that because the controls are so clunky, and it's like really obvious, really obnoxious to even just do basic things like jump a gap in a straight line. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk just has like smooth controls where you can just actually do whatever you want with little difficulty. Big open levels too. Yeah, really having a good time with that one so far. The number 1 game that we must return to, Tales of Phantasia. You guys might have known that this was coming. Yeah, we had such good times with that 8-hour Tales of Phantasia game. I was actually shocked at how much I enjoyed playing Tales of Phantasia in that last 8-hour Viewer's Choice stream. Just like such a fun... It's got that Star Ocean 2 style combat where it's just like so simple and yet so fast. You just like breeze through the encounter. Like, the encounters don't bog down the gameplay like happens with a lot of JRPGs. That's why I like action combat systems so much in JRPGs. I like it in Star Ocean, I like it in Ni no Kuni 2, and I really like it in Tales of Phantasia as well. And we're at kind of an interesting point in the game too. We're like going to different elemental dungeons. We had to play Solid Snake to sneak around some midgets last time. We had a weird, annoying boss fight with like Missile Diglett, which was kind of obnoxious. But other than that, we had a blast of a time with Tales of Phantasia. And yeah, I am eager to continue with it. So that is games that we must return to, hopefully at some point in 2024. That's essentially the equivalent of last year's pile of shame. Oh yeah, one other game on the pile of shame from last year that I forgot to mention. Mona Mona. Monarch Squared, or whatever you want to call it. Never did find time to return to that. Hopefully sometime this year. We can add Monarch as like 2 years running on the must return to pile of shame. Had a great time playing Mona Mona, aka Lord Monarch 2, for like the one stream that we did, but I just haven't been able to squeeze it in. Oh yeah, so one other list, since we got some time till I gotta go. I wasn't sure we'd have time for this one, but one other list. One other list that we did last year that I'm going to do again this year is the hype list. So last year I handled the hype list a little bit differently. This was the list of games I was most excited to play in 2023. Like at the beginning of 2023, I made a list of the games I was most looking forward to playing in 2023. Now, the way I handled it there is it wasn't necessarily new releases. It was like the same as I did with my, year-end top 10. It's like the games that I'm planning to play that I'm looking forward to. So like last year's hype list included Hardcore Uprising, which was on the schedule. I was planning to play that game this year, and I did. And I was right to be hyped. I'm having so much fun with that, even though we didn't get around to it till the end of the year. Death Stranding was on last year's hype list because we were planning on doing that one early last year, and we did, and it was great. That was a justified hype list pick since it ended up on our top 10 this year. Tomb Raider Last Revelation just barely fell off the top 10, but yeah, it was on the schedule, and I was really looking forward to it, so it made the hype list. Two other games on the hype list from last year. Dark Cloud, which we never ended up playing, and we hopefully sometime this year. We've already got like such a list of games we've got to play this year, but yeah, we never ended up doing Dark Cloud. Kind of switched away from the bucket list project before we got around to it. And guess what? The only new release on last year's hype list, Hollow Knight Silksong. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I really thought it was going to happen. I really, really thought that we'd get to play some Hollow Knight Silksong. I guess this belongs on the most disappointing list of 2023. My most disappointing game of 2023, Hollow Knight Silksong, which doesn't even exist yet. So there's that. Also, two games that didn't make the hype list last year because I didn't believe they were coming out this year. Mina the Hollower, which hasn't even been announced for any release date. Kind of knew that wasn't coming out. And Eiyuden Chronicle, which was supposed to come out this year, but I didn't think that it would come out this year. And hey, surprise, surprise, I was absolutely right. So I was totally justified in not putting those games on last year's hype list. So, what's the hype list for this year? What are we looking forward to in 2024? First of all, we're doing a slightly different format for this list this year. I don't really have a long-term plan for the stream. I've got my greatest hits list that I'm working through right now, but I already know what those are going to be. Like, those are obviously the games I'm most looking forward to because they're all double S tier games that I know that I love. We're doing Majora's Mask right now. Have I revealed the others? I'll reveal the others to you right now, just so you guys know what we're in for in 2024. Actually, if you look at, does anyone care to guess? If anyone knows them, I have them like blocked out with question marks down below. We can do this Wheel of Fortune style. Does anyone want to solve the puzzle to fill in those question marks on the upcoming list in the About tabs down below? Final Fantasy 2? 4? Good guess. What's another Roman numeral that has 2 letters in it? I do not like Final Fantasy 4 at all. I do not like Final Fantasy 4. I will never play that game on stream. 6. Yeah. Final Fantasy 6 is correct. Elden Ring is correct. We'll be playing that one this year. Do I remember the other two? I remember one of them. I might have to refresh my own memory on this one. What else is coming up soon? Oh yeah, Majora's Mask. We're doing that. I guess it's only 3. Yeah, Majora's Mask is one of the 4. I guess it's only 3. We got Elden Ring. We got Final Fantasy 6. No one seems to know. And we got Berwick Saga. We're going back to Berwick Saga this year. Oh, hey there, Emerald Guardian Girl. I can actually see you over there on YouTube. Looks like YouTube messages are coming through on Restream, but not Twitch messages. Yeah, it's Berwick Saga. Berwick Saga is our PS2 game. So I don't really have any long-term plans other than those, which are obviously like straight to the top of the hype list. Can't wait to play any of those. But I don't really know what I'm going to do next. I don't have any long-term plans for like what we're going to play in 2024. And like, as last year's list shows, like what's even the point of making long-term plans? Like I was hyped to play Dark Cloud and Sakura Wars last year, and I never did it. So like, who knows what the future holds for us other than what new games are going to come out. So I've made a hype list for new releases for 2024. Number 5 on the hype list, Castle in the Darkness 2. I actually only recently found out that this game was coming out. Apparently, it's coming out relatively soon. The developer says he's making good progress. Really liked Castle in the Darkness. It's, again, another kind of underdog game. I think it's made using Game Maker. It kind of has that same quality as, like I was talking about with Demon's Roots, where it's, like, so low level and, like, made with such simple tools that it feels like anyone could do it. But it's full of so many good ideas and, like, such great level design and so many, like, cool hidden secrets dotted all over the place. It's like a very modest little game in, like, the again, the tools used to make it, but, like, has such great ideas, and it's, like, really greater than the sum of its parts. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the sequel. Also, the same developer went on to make Astalon, which is, like, a legit video game, like, really well designed. Castle in the Darkness 1 had some jank to it. Like, there was, like, some cracks that you could see in, like, the seams of the gameplay in that game, like weird screen scrolling, kind of wonky, janky combat system that you kind of have to adapt to. But yeah, Astalon was just, like, pure solid. I think it was one of my top games of 2022. So yeah, same developer, Castle in the Darkness 2. Really looking forward to that. It's my number 5 on the hype list. Number 4 on the hype list. The reason this is so low on the hype list is because I don't know how hyped to get up for it. Hollow Knight, guess who's back? Back again. We'll see. We'll see if this one makes it this year. This would be number 1 on the hype list, except that I don't know how much hope I have that it's actually going to come out this year. But we'll see. Hollow Knight Silk Song makes the hype list for the 2nd year in a row. I don't even want to get hyped up for this game. I can't help myself. This one's just on the list because I can't not be hyped about it. I love Hollow Knight so much. It's my favorite Metroidvania of all time. The stuff they've shown out of the sequel here looks so cool. All of, like, the cool Hornet, like, acrobatic moves. It's like she got, like, a grappling hook. They added a grappling hook to Hollow Knight. Like, how can you make a better Metroidvania than that? So yeah, still hyped for that. We'll see if it makes the hype list for 2025. Apart from that, Visions of Mana. Whoa. Big hype for Visions of Mana. Geez, it's a big logo. I would not have downloaded this if I'd have realized. There we go. The hype for this game is so big, it's overshadowing the whole stream. Yeah. Visions of Mana. Very recently announced. Apparently, I think it's coming out soon. Like, middle of this year. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. I think they announced a release date for this one. Again, really loved the Trials of Mana remake. I said at the time I would love for them to make, like, an original new Mana game. I wish the next Mana game could be done, like, in this style by this developer. Like, no more remakes. Just do a new original game in this style. And they're doing it. Squaresoft actually took my advice. They're doing a brand new Mana game in the style of, Trials of Mana, which is exactly what I wanted. And so I'm super hyped up about it. Next up on the hype list, at number 2. We'll see about this one. I'm having second thoughts, but the release date is announced, so we will just assume for the time being that Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes is coming out this year. I'm a bit skeptical, but we'll see. I'm not skeptical about the game being good. This is like, the Suikoden guys attempt, his big Kickstarter project to make a new Suikoden game that's not Suikoden, kind of like a spiritual successor by the man who invented Suikoden. And I love the Suikoden games. This guy is a great storyteller, like makes great JRPGs. And this one looks like it's kind of following the footsteps of Suikoden 2, which is like one of my favorite RPGs of all time. One of the best JRPGs out there. So like a new one of those in like that style by the guy who made Suikoden 2. Like, hook it to my veins. Like, please. I hope this is why this is so high on the hype list. Like, I hope to God this comes out this year. Like, I think it's scheduled for like early this year, isn't it? Like February or April or something. If it does come out, I'll play it immediately. I'll drop everything to play this on release day. But my number one, this one's also kind of iffy. This one I'm kind of like worried about, but my number one on my hype list is Dragon's Dogma 2. The original Dragon's Dogma is one of my favorite games of all time. Big open world RPGs are kind of my thing. Like Witcher 3, one of my favorites of all time. Elden Ring. This, along with those two games, Dragon's Dogma, Witcher 3, Elden Ring, are like three of my favorite games of all time. And so, yeah, it's the sequel to one of my favorite games of all time. Now, huge, ambitious open world RPGs like this, similar to 4X games like I talked about with Age of Wonders 4, tend to have a lot of issues on release. Like, it'll probably take some patches and maybe an expansion for this one to reach its full potential. That's the thing with like these big ambitious like AAA releases, is there's so much potential for things to go wrong. Like, this could be a disaster. You never know. Like, Cyberpunk was a disaster for a bunch of people. I still haven't played that one. Might have to try to somehow make time to play Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever this year. So, like, as much as I'm hyped for Dragon's Dogma, I have high hopes. I haven't watched the trailers or anything, but, like, I have confidence. If this is the same guys who made Dragon's Dogma 1, I believe they can knock it out of the park again for this one. But I don't know if they'll do it first try, and I don't know if I'm actually going to play this one on release day. I might wait like 6 months to give this one a try to make sure that it's reached its full potential before we dig in and enjoy it. But whenever it's going to be, if it's ready on release day, if it takes 6 months, whenever we can get the best experience with it, I am so down for some Dragon's Dogma. This game like dominated my life for like 2 months when I first played it. Not this game, but Dragon's Dogma 1. And so, yeah, I want more of it. I want more Dragon's Dogma. And, you know, if it doesn't come out, or I think it has a release date. Yeah, this will be coming out this year. This will definitely be coming out this year. So, yeah, that's it. That's my year-end top 10s. It only took us 3 hours, really 3.5 hours this year, instead of like 5 or whatever. Yeah, there's the tier list for you again. I'll blow it up. I'll blow up the tier list so you guys can get a better look at it. There. There's the fully blown up tier list. I think I'll actually... whoa. There's a thing on the webpage to make a screenshot of it too. Whoa. Let's do that. Let's download this tier list. Download image. Completed. Now, here's the funny thing. I did this tier list a couple days ago as like kind of a dry run for today's stream, to just kind of like think in my head, get thinking about these games a little bit in my head, so I have a vague idea of what I'm going to talk about. I screenshotted that tier list as well. So I'm kind of curious to see. Oops, let's fix this. Kind of curious to see what the fuck is happening here. How this might be different from the tier list I made a couple days ago. Like, did anything get shifted around? Did anything get dramatically shifted around? Like, that's the thing about doing tier lists like this. Like, things can change based on, like, just your whim and current mood at the time. So I think I might do a quick look at the screenshot that I made 2 days ago. The top tier is the same as it was. SS is solid, as I predicted it would be. Yep, Risk of Rain returns in S. Top 10 is obviously the same. Yep, cutoff point at Age of Wonders. Wow, I even placed Rock and Roll. I was really unsure about Rock and Roll, but apparently I landed the same place with that I did 2 days ago. Actually, is this the same image? Did I actually... You know what? I accidentally opened up the same image. Wow, this tier list that I made today is so similar to the tier list I made today. That's the wrong one. There we go. This is a little bit different. Huh. I was apparently feeling a lot less, I don't know. A lot more critical when I made this list 2 days ago. I actually made the S tier cutoff at Shining Force 3. I actually didn't put Link Between Worlds in SS tier when I made this. Interesting. I put Risk of Rain Returns lower. Risk of Rain Returns I put underneath Fires of Rubicon. Yeah, I could see that going both ways, actually. These ones are all really close with each other, to be honest. What else? What else is different? I have the A tier cutoff at Lunar Eternal Blue. Was I in like a bad mood or something? Maybe I was just tired. I do have a lot more energy. I have like more good vibes coming off me when I'm talking out loud on stream. We still have Sea of Stars, sandwiched by Lunar, Eternal Blue, and Silver Star. I actually have Rock and Roll above East 9, which I was considering that today. I was honestly considering putting it that high today. Yeah, these three are all really close with each other. What else? It's kind of hard to compare these since, like, I have the tier cutoffs so different. So yeah, East 9 at the... So Ninja Warriors is the bottom of S on the list I made 2 days ago. What else is on here? Holy shit. I actually have Shining the Holy Ark in B tier 2 days ago. Interesting. Shining the Holy Ark in B. Oh, again, though, the tier cutoff is different. Yeah, I have... wow, I have a lot of stuff different 2 days ago. Lunistis is still at the bottom of A tier. Mega Man's just above it, actually. Those are pretty close, actually. To be honest, I could probably put Mega Man up by Lunistis in A tier. What else do we have? What else do we have here that's interesting differences? This one's pretty much the same. Mario and Luigi, pretty much the same. Oh, actually, no, I have Mario and Luigi in B tier, just below Shining the Holy Ark. Interesting. Bonk's Adventure. I have Bonk's Adventure in A tier. Above Last Revelation? I don't know about that. Man, this just goes to show how much bullshit tier lists are. I shouldn't have done this. I should not have done this. Okay, Mambo Quest, Bat Boy, Threads of Fate. They're in different order, but in the same spot. Everything down here is pretty much similar. Yeah, Wild Arms above. Actually, I have Wild Arms above Bat Boy, but these are all pretty similar. Yeah, everything, yep, and then Rockman Dash at the bottom of B. Everything in B, C, D tier is pretty much the same. I have Ika-chan lower, which is probably fair. Yep, all this is the same. Oh, I have Demon's Roots near the top of C. I don't know. I think I managed to successfully temper my enthusiasm, my appreciation for the kind of the modest origins of Demon's Roots, like taken objectively, like more objectively as like a game, as a piece of art in its own right. I think the bottom of C is where it belongs. You can raise it up if you're like, wow, it's amazing that one guy made this in RPG Maker. Then you like maybe you put it up if you take that into consideration. Yep, River City Girls, Game & Watch Gallery, Ridge Racer. Yeah, all this is pretty much the same. But yeah, I actually have some pretty dramatic change. Actually, pretty much starting at Wild Arms downward, everything's pretty much the same. Then I have, quite a few things shifted around on kind of the fuzzy boundaries between the tiers. I don't know. Maybe I was just tired. I like my new tier list better. I think this one you're looking at here feels more solid to me than the one I'm looking at in the other window that I made 2 days ago. Any other interesting things that are popping out to me? Shining the Holy Ark in B tier seems crazy to me. Again, I think it's just because the tier cutoff is a bit more strict. You know, I was probably taking the star ratings in consideration too. No, but I think I gave 4 stars to both of those. Yeah, I don't know. Threads of Fate above Wild Arms. I have Threads of Fate above Super Mambo Quest. Those are... Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. I think the current tier list is right, though. Poor Jet Set Radio. Yeah, that's about right. Oh yeah, Link Between Worlds. Yep, that was one of my number one of the year. Pedal Crash. Did you nominate or suggest Pedal Crash? I remember myself finding that on my own. Or maybe it was, did you gift it to me? I don't remember. I remember that I just bought it on a whim because I thought it looked cool and played it and loved it. I don't remember that being a viewer's choice or suggestion, but maybe I'm wrong. No, we're done doing this. I'm just killing time till I gotta leave. I'm just killing time till I gotta leave. I think it's a pretty good list. What's wrong? What would you guys change? What do you guys think, other than Choops? Other than Choops, he's ballisted in my mind. What do the rest of you guys think of this list? Any surprises? Is anyone like really surprised by the placement of any of the games on this list, or is there anything I forgot that I should have put on here? Yeah. You know, Jet Set Radio, it was more the disappointment that did me in. Like, I remembered liking that so much. Like, in my mind, before we started playing it, Jet Set Radio was, like, up here in A tier. Like, near the bottom of A tier. And then I just was not able to wrap my head around the controls of that game. I just was unable to play that game at all. Sea of Stars. The ending of it was such a letdown, though. Like, the ending of Sea of Stars really made me reevaluate just, like, the story of that entire game and, like, what that whole experience amounted to in the end. Like, I was so enthusiastic about the dungeons and the battle system and stuff, but, like, that's really all that game is. In fact, there was a lot of stuff in the story in hindsight that, like, actually annoys me. Like, the way that, like, so many, like, villains and subplots just, like, fuck off into the multiverse to become bosses in The Messenger was really annoying. The way that, like, the big betrayal in the middle of the game just, like, amounts to nothing was really lame. There's lots of, like, twists and moments that just seem big at the time, but just don't go anywhere. The highlight of the whole story is when you actually traverse the Sea of Stars. That and the big reveal with Sarai partway through. But even that doesn't amount to anything either. Like, Sarai looked cool. She had a big, like, reveal partway through the game where she, like, you know, does the thing, and that's a cool moment. But, like, what does it all amount to? Like, what is her character arc in that game? Does she even really have any good scenes with the other characters? Does any character in that game have good scenes with another character? I feel like Garl's, like, the only character in Sea of Stars who feels, like, fully realized. Like, nobody else has any kind of, like, arc or story or just cool or interesting part or thing that they do. Oh yeah, Sea of Stars had a really poor intro too. Like, I was kind of there for it. It's like, okay, they're setting up this world and stuff. But, like, so much of it, again, just never paid off in the end. It's like, oh, they got this cool thing where it's like they're going through the, like, Eclipse Warrior training and, like, oh, they have magic scarves. What the fuck was the point of the magic scarves? They, like, build up this whole thing. It's like, oh, you must learn to weave or to sew. You have to sew the scarf. That's the source of your magical powers. And then it, like, never comes up again. Ever throughout the whole game. It's just, like, a little thing that dangles from their waist and has no relevance at all. It's like so many things seem like they're being built up as, like, important details that just aren't. That's, like, Sea of Stars' approach to storytelling in a nutshell. It's just, like, tons and tons of details and exposition that just don't matter, that aren't interesting. Only good. I didn't say he was a good character. I just said he had an arc and he had, like, some, like, real motivations and good character moments. I personally disliked Garl. He's just annoyed me It's like I wish that some other character could have been like the central focus of half of the story of that game. Was Sonic Frontiers? Yeah, Frontiers was last year. Frontiers, I think, was my top pick for soundtrack of 2022. I don't think it made my top 10 list. I was kind of mid on Sonic Frontiers. Tales of Fantasia? It's tough to say. We haven't played enough of it yet. The story's too thin to put it in the upper echelons of RPGdom. Like, I don't think I put it above Lunar or Sea of Stars. Maybe above Silver Star. Maybe between these two. It depends. I see the potential for the gameplay to get a bit dull after a while. We'll see how our characters develop over the course of the story and like what new characters and abilities we get. Whether the monsters start to get more challenging or interesting. Like, that's the thing. You really have to play the whole game to rank it solidly. But assuming that Tales of Fantasia keeps up the level of quality it has so far, I see it like bottom of S, top of A. That kind of thing. Oh yeah, Intelligent Cube. Yep. Oh yeah, Crisp Cube. Yeah, that one was recommended. Yeah, that was one that you recommended. Well, I guess that's it. So I didn't end up doing... Oh yeah, how many games are on here anyways? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 6 is 46. 48, 50, 53, 55... 57? Is that right? I feel like that's wrong. How many games are on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? 7 times 6 is 48, 46? I don't know. I can't do math. For some reason, 7 times 6 is always the most difficult one on the multiplication table for me. I can never remember what it is. Well, let's just do this then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 42. 42, so I was off by 5. We have like 52 or 53 games on here. Not a bad haul. Not a bad haul for number of games completed or played to a significant degree. In fact, which of these games did we not finish? Probably all the stuff in the lower tiers. Yeah, I wouldn't have put anything in like C tier if I didn't finish it. Yeah, I finished every game in C tier and above. We didn't finish Stone Keep, Jet Set Radio. Technically didn't finish Radical Rescue, but I made it all the way to the final boss and just couldn't finish him. Didn't get too far into Labyrinth of Refrain, but we played it for like 30 hours, which I thought was enough to judge it. Yeah, that's it. We only 3 games. I only abandoned 3 of these games. No, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. How would I rank Xenoblade and OST? Xenoblade was my number 1. I actually have my soundtracks of the year. So yeah, I kind of scattered them throughout the tier list. But yeah, we can run down my best soundtracks of the year. Xenoblade number 1. Then East Book 1 and 2. East 9. East 3. River City Girls. Lunastice. That's number 6 now. Double Dragon Gaiden. Sea of Stars. Pedal Crash. Then Intelligent Cube at number 10. The top new waifus were... I actually have Diana from Demon's Roots as number 1. That's probably wrong. That's probably overselling her. Aprilis is my number 1. Diana is honestly probably number 3. Yeah, Diana from Demon's Roots would be number 3. Melia is number 2. Dronia from Labyrinth of Refrain, number 4. Carla from Armored Core 6, number 5. Classic waifus. Jean from Lunar, number 1. The Boss from MGS3, number 2. Mint from Threads of Fate, number 3. Tron from Mega Man Legends, number 4. And then Lara Croft at number 5. I think those are the only top lists that I did for other things. I guess disappointments would be probably a bunch of this stuff in D tier. Moonrider, Evil Tonight, and I guess Jet Set Radio. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that put password. Oh, you weren't the one who recommended it. Right, it was someone else. Yeah, someone came from Toya's stream. That's right. That's right. I remember that now. Yeah, gifted me a copy. That's right. Yeah. I don't know. I like Tron. I have like so much nostalgic favoritism. If I were to say like Tron from Misadventures of Tron Bonne, she'd be higher on the list. If we're just considering her appearance in Mega Man Legends though, like she's endearing. Like she's a really fun personality, but she doesn't do much. Like she's kind of a generic tsundere who's like a mechanical genius and has an army of adorable servbots and a great voice actress. Her big character moments, though, I think come in Misadventures of Tron Bonne. Mint has like a full character arc. Like Mint has a lot more depth to her and actually more fun writing and interesting scenes than Tron does. Also a much cuter design. Sadly, Tron doesn't get to do much in Legends 2 either. I think Legends 2 Tron doesn't even make the list. But yeah, she's great in Misadventures of Tron Bonne. Love it when Mint or Tron. I feel like you mean Mint because Mint does that a lot. And then she does that like smug look with her eyes half closed. Or maybe you do mean Tron when she's like, I don't understand. Whenever I think about him, I get this funny feeling. I mean, when she's about to like blow up his submarine. What's wrong with me? Those are fun Tron moments too. Yeah, I guess you do probably mean Tron. I guess maybe that's a quality, a consistent quality of top tier waifus is tendency towards internal monologue. Because yeah, Mint was all about that too. Okay, we've wasted enough time now, or killed. We've killed enough time now. I gotta go. So the original plan was to finish up Viewer's Choice today. We actually have 2 Viewer's Choice games still unplayed since we finished a bit early yesterday, so I could prepare for today's stream. We still got to do 1 hour of Mario and Luigi Partners in Time and 1 hour of Gungrave. I'm going to do both of those when I get back from game night in like 3 hours. And then tomorrow we're going to do Majora's Mask. So that's the plan. Thanks for sticking with me for this, 4-hour year-end wrap-up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for, putting up with my bullshit. I think we might do this again. I liked this tier list thing. It's a great way to kind of encapsulate the entire year and, like, see everything that we accomplished and, like, what the times we had and, like, really put the year into perspective. Yeah, that's what this was. 2023... retrospective in perspective. I'm off to game night. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys when I get back.